You're like saying, look, I did it, but she left out the reason. She left out why she deserved it. I don't know why Nano would do that herself, but would later say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message is saying, I'd rather work with... Yeah, okay. Were removed as well. Because it's not important. This was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her. Instead, it was me responding to what she said. You do this. You have a weird like relationship with this artist. You and Nano have this weird thing. Like you're too familiar. You're too... I don't know, you're trying to be buddy-buddy with her. It's very strange. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was a motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained in... Wait. I told Nano that Bao's song flopped. But when I did that, I was referring to how Bao thought of them. Sure you were. I'm sure you were. Yeah, you didn't bring it up for any other reason, I'm sure. Didn't you had bad blood with Bao, no? You wanted Bao out, so now you're saying, look, I was wrong, I wanted her out. Sinder didn't agree with this, but I wanted her out. But I didn't bring up her song flopping, you know, for negative reasons. I was just saying that's what she thought of them. Sure. Yeah, okay, buddy. Implying that was motivation for... Okay. This wasn't explained in Nano at the time, but it's explained in Bao's section. Alright, I guess we'll find it in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can leave our chat, and again, this is all secret talk, was to keep this from everyone, including Sinder. Let's see. The image of chat from, I mean, yeah, Red's a bad guy. Red's a sus motherfucker. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about cotton cut out. I mean, yeah, it seems like your comment is the focus here. The image of the chat from Bao with, wait, containing the message. I wanted to understand it better. That's up here. Wait, it's the same. What's the difference? This is, oh, it's this one's from Nano's document. These two comments. This one's the same two comments, but from Bao's document. The only difference I can see between these two are basically the names that are censored. Possibly. There's only one censor up here. Like this is blank, this is Bao. Wait, Bao's document has Bao blanked out? Why? Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. Bao's been getting on our nerves for a while. Why would Bao's document have Bao edited out? That's bizarre. Blank hurt one of our friends. Oh, that is interesting, actually. Blank hurt one of our friends pretty bad. That's missing here. See, we have, she's gone into 3D lately. Into Bao is getting on her nerves for a while. She's gone into 3D lately. Sentence. Bao has been getting on her nerves for a while. So this sentence here is actually missing. Interesting. Okay, so you're right about that. The cotton hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. For some reason, Bao removed that. I'm not really sure why. Or sorry, no. Bao didn't remove that. Bao included it. Nano removed that from Nano's document. Why? I don't know. Also, Bao did, Nano did exclude the this is all secret talk, but you guys are all giving DMs anyway. Who cares? You guys are all fucking spamming each other's DMs now. Who cares if she cut that out? Alright, Red. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor, Sacramore, from working with us on any other music videos. The other things I said about Val were all non-issues that became a list of grievances after what I thought she did. There are a lot more details about this in Val's section of the document. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it. And I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making sense any other way. Everything I said here, I believed and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because. I now know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Sinder. So why? So did it turn out she wasn't like gatekeeping? Bao wasn't gatekeeping her video editor? I guess that's what turned out. I don't know. We can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. And then suggested I pay her. Wait, Nano said, "Oh yeah, what I just read," and then suggested I pay her. I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she discount from our next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that benefit her and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zeroed out to nothing. This was not shown in the documents. Okay, but the whole point is you pressured her into doing this, no? Like, you guys kind of brought this... You guys, whether you will admit it or not, Red, you brought this idea up first last year. You brought up the idea that you kind of wanted something vaguely exclusive. You didn't use the word exclusive, but you brought up you kind of wish it was exclusive. Can't speak. You brought up you wished it was exclusive. Not explicitly, but vaguely, implicitly. Back in like 2023, I believe. Certainly in 2024. And now in 2025, now that you're explicitly asking her for exclusivity, she's trying to get money, I guess. But she's an artist. That's what artists do. The artists are a little, what I've learned are artists are rather ravenous sometimes. Anyway. Nano told me Nano told me we'd have to make a separate deal for new model clients, separate from her proposed idea about Bao's cancellation and her model rigging payment. That deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for the new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like was claimed. I'm not sure how I can see whether or not... I don't know how this shows you didn't refuse. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table, we were just talking about these three. I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us for a few thousand for her rigging back from her offer. What? I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bao on her models. So she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be able to replace. So it was a semi-exclusive deal. Afterwards. I mean, this is all negotiation talk right now. Like, they're talking like children. I hate this. It's like, we're talking about, like, potentially thousands of dollars worth of a deal. And they're like, it do be fair, but, okay, can I ask the Demon Cinder figure? I'll ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal! Let me see what Blank says. Shit. Like, why? Why do they talk like this? What the fuck is this, chat? You're getting a demon figure, lol. Then we have a deal. Okay, just make sure. So, okay, so he made sure these are the agreed upon requirements, I guess. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver. So in exchange, Continuing giving you model work and various art, comms, commissions. We pay for blank rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. You're sent a free demon figure. Okay. Yes, yes. Aye, Nano. I'll have sleepy references in the other chat for you. The other chat? Oh, maybe he means the third-party chat that Sinder has access to? Is that what he's talking about? But if you want to start on the AFK label art, in the meantime, you can. I don't know if I ever sent the template. I don't know if I have the template. Wait a minute. Okay. Nano and I went back and forth, negotiated the deal, and we both agreed to it. It was a deal made on each other's word. There was no contract involved. She had equal say in what she'd want or need out of the deal before agreeing to it. She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to, and I would have accepted that like always. But if I knew all along, I could just manipulate her. I hate when people do this. It's like, but if I was just a manipulator, I would have forced her to do it, right? If I was a mastermind, I would have done it this way. Look, it's like, it's fucking like OJ and here. If I did it, here's how I would have done it. You know, that doesn't disprove you did it. Guess what? That's not a good defense. If I was just a master manipulator, I would have done it this way, bro. That's not how reality often works. If I knew it all along and could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted, like I had allegedly done before, including canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This is a mutual agreement made between both of us. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model, and we negotiated. You're just pretending like none of everything that happened before this happened. This is out of the blue. You don't have any history with the person. You just negotiated a contract, right? That's what you're gonna pretend? You're a fucking idiot. Holy shit. You think anyone watching is an idiot. You think anyone watching or reading this document is a fucking idiot. They didn't see all the attempts that you made back in 2023, all the way through 2024, all the way up to this point in 2025, where you were trying to talk about how when she goes to work with other people, it's less special. I wish you'd just focus on Sinder stuff. Oh, you canceled that stuff? That's great. You know, I mean, it's okay, I guess. I support you. Oh, other people are not really commissioning as much and you want to do Sinder stuff? Oh, isn't that convenient? That's nice. I like that. Oh, you know, hey, I was thinking maybe about some sort of exclusivity. Maybe. Oh, actually, now that it's 2025, I'm just gonna outright say, hey, I want an exclusivity deal. Let's negotiate. We're gonna pretend all that stuff before that point never happened. Never happened. Okay, bud. Okay, buddy. These people, this red guy. So they still marked in blue for some reason. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for the exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payments, just like I was Artist 1, our video editor, Shonen. Do we have... Okay. What is her claim? Can people just, like, put her claim and then put the claim? Why that's false? Like, why are people so bad at... They spent all this time making, like, a 1,000-page document. They're so bad at fucking formatting. And they probably spent months on this. I don't know what the claim is exactly. I didn't read Nano's document. Why do I need to... You have a 1,000-page document. Why do I need to go to another document to find info? How did you spend 1,000 pages worth of, I don't know, space here? And you can't just put that info here? So all I know is Nano alleges that Red and or Sinder refused to pay for exclusivity. Now that's kind of vague. Which part of the exclusivity? Which deal? Was it the 40,000? The 50,000 that you seemed kind of like iffy about paying? Because that's probably it. It's probably what she's referring to. But I don't know, because I don't know what you're referring to. You're not linking to the document. You're not doing anything. You're not showing a screenshot. You're just saying, hey, she said I didn't pay for exclusivity. That's a lie. Artist 2, okay, Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on the 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal. Without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for her model rigging. And also, this could easily be miscommunication again, because I'm assuming maybe Nano is not like English first language, maybe. But it could easily be miscommunication. Because Nano brought up exclusivity. Like, you guys kind of pressured exclusivity. Then Nano brought up exclusivity. Then you guys brought up exclusivity. In that second time, when Nano brought it up, there was mentions of paying for canceled projects. But then in this negotiation, there's no mention of paying for it, as far as I could tell. Maybe. I don't see any mention of paying for canceled projects. So it could be confusion on Nano's part that you didn't pay for canceling these people's projects, like the people you mentioned, the 3 people. There was no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I didn't always have cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Sinder, Tricky, and Vienna, and Cotton hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time, without considering the people it would affect. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we'd always done, and we'd fully pay for Nano's new model rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about, or included in our agreement, or their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was canceled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not talking about, or not taking any new model clients. That we talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. Like in my apology, so this was in the apology. The first document. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in the list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being the one person who I was unfairly pursuing. Silver, I guess. There's nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. Can't prove I didn't know something. Yeah, you can. Especially because you've lied about not knowing things in the past. Here's the thing, you can't prove you didn't know, but what we can prove in this document is you have in fact admitted that you lied about not knowing certain things in your first document. So that's obviously a point against you. We can't believe you on that. Or at least it'd be smarter not to believe you on that. Especially given how much you were like, we value her art so much. I don't believe you. When you said you were not aware of the negotiations with your boyfriend, with your main channel's artist, who makes all your fucking models and riggings, I think. I don't know about the riggings part, but she makes the art, right? You were just completely unaware. Completely unaware. What the fuck were you doing? Fucking other guys? Were you cheating? Is that why you couldn't pay attention to an important negotiation regarding your channel? What the fuck? Red chiming in again. I didn't tell Sinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it, though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would be already long done. Sinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Sinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Sinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react. I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. Yeah. Shortly, why is this not chronological? Shortly after, oh wait, this is, okay, it's still the same day, shortly after the deal. I thought it was shortly before, I misread. Alright, shortly after the deal was made with Nano, and he told me about it, Red messaged artist number 1 about her thoughts on their agreement. We're almost done with the section. Still got a little bit. We're nearing the end of this section. It's taken so fucking long. Okay. Okay, thoughts on the thing. Reddit's talking to the artist number 1, I guess. We aren't against the idea of paying you month to month. Yeah, okay, so since things like project management, design may not be always applicable. Oh, we won't get the full use of your services since some of these things you offer aren't always applicable. I put project management on here because as right now, it wouldn't be like full project management, but more so help with animation, comms with artists and things like that. Okay, we've been doing. It also depends on your monthly payment, what your monthly payment would cover. For instance, with Blank, we pay him a set number that includes X videos per month. Extra cover for general channel management. So would your monthly pay include unlimited services or only X number of animations, etc.? The pay you're asking for isn't unreasonable given your skill set, but like I said before, I don't know how much will be applicable to us month to month, so we probably won't be able to go as high as your ask. Sinder and I both agree that some kind of exclusivity non-compete agreement would be important to do too. With how much you're working with us, you have the example of model visual effects on Blank. But we probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general, including rigging, animation, visual effects, merch photos, video work, etc. There's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. So it could be the case, could be a case-by-case basis. Is there going to be a subathon for your year's anniversary? No plans at the moment. Okay. So the artist comes back with what? Okay, so what would be covered? No set number of things, whatever that needs working on or needs help with. Each project, different scope, yada yada, arbitrary number. That's why I originally set the number of hours instead of a certain number of things, like pieces of content. So I guess the unlimited services, like you put it. Okay, whatever. What's the point here? I don't know why I read that. What's the point here? When I say there's a few people to compete with, we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. I was thinking of giving the same names I'd given Nano. They'd been told recently that they started working with Bao and they'd worked with Silver in the past. Sinder and I didn't talk about any names given to Artist 1. Let's see. For all kinds of illustrated animations, okay. Creative / Sinder fatigue and exposure / growth. What did I mean by that? In order to not get fatigued creatively, of always doing the same things theme all the time, I'd still like the ability to take on other projects as on the side as a form of palette cleanser, if you will. I want to keep the same consistency and quality of services I provided and avoid having to dip and okay. And for exposure and growth, I'm not talking about exposure to like I'd get working from other folks, but what I would be exposed to in terms of working material and potential for learning. Okay, yada yada, okay. Can you send me the list of VTubers you worked for in the past and current? Okay. He puts Silvervale, Bao. I don't know if you would consider Blank a VTuber, but I've done all kinds of work for them, including Blank. I also most likely would apply or relevant is Silver and Bao. Wait. I'd say the most likely that would apply or be relevant is Silver and Bao, to be honest. Also, don't want to overwork myself. Do you have a list of folks you directly compete with? I mean, the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. I say, okay. No mention of Cotton. Because Silver didn't like Sinder, I had something, wait. And I had something against Bao now. I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. Artist number 1 didn't know either of our thoughts on Silver or Bao, unlike what I told Nano. I didn't want to bring up Cotton's name since he never interacted with Artist 1. This was the 3rd of 4 total times. Okay, yeah. You bring it up a lot. The next day, Artist 1 read a document that laid out everything in the agreement. Cool. Artist number 1 sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, there was a carve-out for both Silver and Bao, and I didn't push this to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were clients already and left things open to work with them. I had them post it on our project server to discuss it there, where Sinder could see it herself. The agreement with Artist 1 never actually happened due to other reasons that delayed us finalizing things. Okay, now we're in February. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on her word. Well, she claims you didn't pay her, right? So, is it that she didn't get the pay she thought she was going to get for exclusivity, therefore she went back on exclusivity? That kind of sounds like what happened. Silvervale didn't lose out any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Nano, I don't really care about Bound Con. Okay, Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano. Just like in November 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her. So I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver for over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back our agreement. I never asked. I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer consider her competition, even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her. She was still Cinder's friend. Nano went back on our agreement only a week after we paid for her rigging on February 3rd, the one thing she asked for out of our deal. I don't know. I think you're negotiating with someone who doesn't speak English. I'm going to double check now because I keep saying maybe they're English second language, but let me just double check real quick. An easy thing to check, probably. Hold on. If I go to like Nanoless. All right, I'm just gonna look up. All right, Nanoless, Nanoless Sinder collab. Yeah, the Q&A video. Let's see. Skip ahead. Just need a clip. I just want to listen to the voice.
I was like approaching.
All right, talk.
Like, no.
No. He's staying away from him.
Just stop laughing and talk, please.
I'm coming.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
And not play with the model. It's like once you guys experience
Introduce yourself, damn it.
It's literally like having a whole new toy.
Yeah, it's like good for WeebCon because twin up a TV screen with different VTuber models. Play with it at the con, and
I actually wanted to do something similar. Or when I went to the con, I would like put the iPad so people could play around.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, she's okay. She's definitely English second language. I'm gonna call it 100%. She's English second language. You're trying to do business negotiations with someone who doesn't speak perfect English, and you're like, in your dealings, you're like, okay, here's the it's this, this, and this, right? I don't think she's following you 100%. Because she probably asked for payments at some point, and then when you outline this, she's like, yeah, sure. With the assumption that the payments are also included. I think there's somewhere there was a loss in translation there. But I think likely she was expecting more payments, didn't receive them. And then maybe it was like, okay, you walked back on the deal, therefore I'm not exclusive. I don't need to be exclusive, you're not going to pay me. Anyway. February 11th. Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back the deal she made with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cotton at all to me. Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity. You keep saying that. Do we have confirmation? I mean, Silver had a whole document about it. You keep saying, no, Silver didn't lose anything. Would Silver agree to that? I'm not so certain. Nano Nano got tired of Nano got tired of hearing about Silver, didn't want to be involved in any of her issues regarding her. Gee, is it because you brought her up a lot? We only talked about it like 4 times. She got tired of hearing about Silvervale. Okay. But didn't say anything about keeping her out of the drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I going back on our word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to. She didn't hold it against her as always. Alright, quote from your apology. When Nano had messaged me about the agreement about almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. I was upset, and my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy. But I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with, and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Alright. I mean, this is stuff from like the previous document, really. I don't think there's anything new here. She admits it's guilt-trippy. But I guess the point here they're trying to make is that, Nano walked back her agreement? Is that in here? This is messaging after she walked back the deal she made with Red. Sinder, I just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only ever talked about that with Red. But I don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver's still a client. That makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. Wanted to let you know that I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things don't work out because of Silver. I just love my OC clients, that's all. I get it, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's really just confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, yeah. I get compared to her a lot even still today. And it's like I'm always living in someone else's shadow. Damn. She's very insecure about this. She's very insecure about this comparison. Which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models of her. When you said I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore. I think it sounds like she's like, well, I fucked you over by going back on the deal. I understand if you want to get rid of me. She's expecting you guys are going to have some sort of consequences. And yeah, you're guilt tripping, saying, well, it sounds like you want to leave, though. I appreciate you, Nano. It's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I was feeling. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more. But I would never give Silver any priority over you. Also, they're not even any model for her being discussed. Just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least gamer subs art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her, that's all. Alright. It's not me, it's other people. It's not me, but other people's opinions of us. I was trying to not get involved in any drama with other people. People want to talk comparing us. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feelings. Alright. I'm just an insecure bitch, says Nano. That's what fucking Sinder should be saying. Sinder should be saying that. I just said Sinder was insecure about this. Love everything we've done together. I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online makes me stressed. They can suck on mine. You the best. I see. Hope your power doesn't stay out. Huh. I'm sorry you felt pressure to boy. Okay, hold on. Thank you. Happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing with Red makes me a bit anxious. So this is like, she's been in DMs with Red since like fucking 2023. This is 2025. And now she's saying, you know, sometimes talking to him makes me anxious. He feels pressure. And you have Red over here being like, I didn't pressure her, I didn't say anything, I didn't explicitly say it. I did not insinuate it. I did not imply. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you fucking did. You were not subtle at all. You were not fucking subtle. But she says, yeah, Makes her anxious. I'm sorry you felt pressured about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff, and I'll tell him to be nice. I understand. Actually, can you just imagine how busy you are? So I don't... Can just imagine how busy you are so I don't bother much. Alright. Searching Bauer Cotton in my own DMs. Wow, proves nothing. Again, proves nothing. In our project server. So this is very close to the... 4.9 is very close to when they put out the documents. Like the original My Apology document. And the original document's basically saying, hey, Sinder's a fucking asshole. In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my sleepy outfit debuted. We're thinking we do a big update to the demon model next, plus a new outfit on it. Big update. Like we did the 2.5 to the 2.0 model with the new boobs and Charlie. So we update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before we started the angel? Well, I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Well, we want to update just the normal demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead of the 2.0 like the rest of them, but it's still being worked on. Okay. Designs, damn, I love it. Okay, cool. Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shylily for the first time. That's Shylily name shows up for the first time. Okay. In this document, at least. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Let's see. Congrats on the Lily model, Nano. Thank you. Alright. I asked Nano about Lily. Wait, what did he ask? When did she ask you about doing this one, and do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? Oh no, it's just hers, and finish up a few things on blank. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and work on the current clients, or with the current clients. Gotcha. Was it recently Lily messaged you, or has it been planned for a while? Since February or March. So like that's pretty close to when they made the... In February, they made the exclusivity deal. Or I guess it was very shortly after February that she supposedly walked back on that deal. And she took Shylily as a... I guess that's when she took Shylily as a commission, I guess. Okay. Or at least when she was messaged by Lily. I asked Nano about Lily and her projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information. Just like she would any other time. Almost like you shouldn't be asking about other people's commissions. But you're stuck in that mode. You're in that mindset. You've groomed her to the point where you can ask her about other projects, other people who have nothing to do with you, and she'll just give you that info. As if you're her manager. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treated by, or treating Sinder lately. What? Was she treating Sinder badly? That night I saw Red, and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shylily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea of that Shylily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Is that Gamer Subs? Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shylily with the way that she was treating me and the fact that she was working with Nano now. Similar to how things were with Silver. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shylily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she wouldn't be upset, or would have been upset, with me lately and was anxious about it. Yeah, why would she be upset with you, though? Was she upset with you? That's what you're not clarifying. You're talking about how she treated you, but how did she treat you? What are you talking about? Next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shylily again, and tell her that what I've been experiencing with her. Okay, what was she experiencing? We'll get to it, I guess. There was also the last message that Red had with Nano, and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and Project Server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I was experiencing with Shylily at the time is explained in her section of this document. Oh, okay. We'll find out later. In my apology, I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shylily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had provided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past. I was worrying something was wrong, but that's as far as it went. And he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. Okay, so what she was doing summarized at least in the apology, is that you weren't hearing from her as much. You thought you were getting maybe the cold treatment a little bit. I see. And Red was suspicious, I guess. I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Sinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about. Alright. Red, I followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Sinder over the past few weeks. It seems like Lily had a problem with Sinder. Hey Nano, do you have any more plans with Lily besides just a model, like outfits or merch? Just a model so far. Okay, asking for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Sinder lately, and we don't know if something's going on. Oh, that's weird. Ever since V-Card launched? Lately, dipping out of collabs they were both a part of last minute, and now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raised her a couple of times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Sinder by name. Like weird, petty stuff. I don't know. It's super weird since they both share the same store. Yeah, around V-Card's launch, they were talking about collabing, and I don't know what happened. But her asking you for a model after that is just weird. Even though she's said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. Although Blank was kind of mean to her for using a live 2D item one time. What? I don't know. Hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Just don't say anything to her. You were the one yeah, Red, you are the one doing this. You don't I hate bringing you into drama. Anyway, I'm going to bring in more drama. I just hate doing this. No wonder they fucking turn on you. I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after V-Card launched was because around then was the last time I remembered them collabing and talking with each other, like I said after. I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this. Now, obviously, Lily changed her mind since then. Yeah, 3 to 4 months is an amount of time you can change your mind on getting a VTuber model. True. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model, looking a bit menacing so I don't talk to her. Blank, look a bit menacing so I don't talk to her. I said, feels like we're going to have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Sinder and wants the same model mama. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone about, or other than Sinder, about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Sinder and at the same time started working with the model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her, at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Sinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect. No reason to ask Nano anything. When she started working on Lily's model, I would have felt the same way. Okay, Jesus. Weird way to phrase that. Between these screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. Okay. This is between Red and Nano? Okay. Do you know who's rigging? Okay, you're again asking who's rigging Lily's model. Gotta stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artists. Never a break. Don't worry, just don't stress too much about things. It's bad for balding. I go bald now. Okay. Gotta stay competitive even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your profile picture looks like a guy with a mustache. Alright. I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive as in a general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to. With someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. It wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily or treating her differently for no apparent reason. What? So is Lily a problem or not? I guess Lily has her own section, so we'll get to it. Shylily has a section, so we'll get to it, but... Alright. These were my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why, if she thought I was lying about Lily, for some reason, she didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything. No, again, he never implied. Or said anything to Lily about not working with Lily, or sorry, to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model. Bro, you fucking moron. You fucking retard. Bro. Nano is smarter than you. And bro, Nano, it can see the pattern. You're going down the same line of questioning that you went with Silver. You are now suddenly presenting Lily in the same light that you presented Silver the previous years. I don't know. Seems like there's a little rivalry between Cinder and Lily. I don't know. We got the same model mama. I don't know. You know, we might be competitors. She's been down this line of talking before. She walked back your last deal. She can see the writing on the wall. She sees that, okay, you tried to make her get rid of Silver. And then ultimately she did have a backbone at some point. At some point she had a backbone, walked back, and decided to keep working with Silver. Now she sees you're trying to do it again. Like, you're like, alright, no, you can't do Bao, you can't do Khan, you can't do Silver. And then you're like, but I still want to work with Silver. And it's like, okay, well, fine, whatever. Okay, look. Lily, she seems kind of suspect. Lily seems kind of suspect. It doesn't take a fucking genius to see where you're going with this. But then he goes, I never asked, told her, implied, or said anything about not working with Lily. Bro, we can see where you're going. You're calling her a competitor. You're saying she's being suspect. You're asking her, oh, are you doing her model? What are you doing? Okay, who's rigging her model? You're getting the same info you asked about Silver and Bao. And both of those people you asked her to not work with. It's the same shit. You're doing the same thing again. You're like a one-trick pony. And she can tell you're doing the same thing. This is my last message in DMs with Nano. She never replied or messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In my apology, I wrote, Nano, I would never never come to me. Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issues she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. Hi, Nano. Would you want to come on stream again sometime? This was on April 15th. And this last talk with Red was on April 12th. And the document came out when? The document came out April 26th. Okay. So it's a couple weeks, or at least a week after this or so. Like a week and a half, maybe. 3 days after Red's, yeah. Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. Then by who? Red? 3 days after Red's messages with Nano and Lily, or about Lily. 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Why you say new? I know it's in quotes, but wouldn't that imply Red was her old manager? Red was told that, effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband, Mio. So him being replaced, and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere, made no sense. I was never added to this chat and was never even aware of this happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. So, is she still with her husband? Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd been in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Why does it say Akira? Oh, I guess that's the other person. Alright. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira. Nanoless's new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. You may have noticed that she's been a bit quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward so we can avoid situations like this in the future. That said, I also came bearing some bittersweet news. Nanoless will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Sinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. This decision wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Sinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanoless feels it's time to expand her artistic horizons. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators, and is concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creativity. Not creativity. Creativity. Concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creatively. This isn't about personal differences. Far from it. It's about growth and the pursuit of a broader artistic path. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living from their creative work, as I'm sure you're quite familiar with. He's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggling to find the right words, which is where I come in. Please know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift. As she explores new opportunities and works with other creators, we're absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, Nanoless Sinder has always been a slam dunk combo. I ask for your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well. She needs the space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. If you have any questions of future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. See. Okay. Akira messaged this chat first, renamed it to Nanoless Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate the conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while. But everything Akira describes, she never showed anything remotely similar to. Nano was always excited. You're fucking demented, bro. She was always excited. He was always saying how she wanted to work with Silver. She wanted to work with Bao. She wanted to work with these other people. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to upset Sinder. You made her anxious. She didn't want to upset Sinder. She still wanted to keep a good relationship with Sinder, but she also wanted to do work for Lily, Silver. I'm blanking on the other name. Bao. She wanted to do work for these other people too that you were trying to stop her from doing. There were clear signs that she wanted to do things that you were trying to stop her from doing. And then I feel like the obvious first inclination, or the first inkling of something going wrong, was when she walked back on that deal, right? Either way, when she said, when you were originally asking for exclusivity, and she said she had to talk to a friend about it, I'm guessing this Akira guy is probably that friend. It's probably this guy. Thanks for the message. The line of reasoning makes sense. We have been working with Nano consistently for years now. She's been a major part of our brand and why Sinder is Sinder. It does hurt that this is coming from out of nowhere from my perspective, and we didn't hear anything about this from her directly beforehand. If this is the conclusion she came to, then I will talk to Sinder and figure out our next steps. Doesn't mean all projects we were in talks with Nano about are canceled, including our model updates. Appreciate your help, Akira, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes. Lol. Unfortunate these are the terms that we're meeting on, though. Hey, thank you so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry for the disorganization on Nano's end, and I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. Stepping in to help smooth things out and make sure communication is clear moving forward, so we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprises. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout, so she'll need a bit of a break. But once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaborations. In the meantime, if you have any projects with pressing deadlines that Nano cannot take on, I'll personally facilitate another high-caliber artist who can handle the commission to make sure Sinder gets the high-quality artwork she's associated with, so we don't create a roadblock for you. Red says, I'm not sure how much she informed you, but the latest project we brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she's drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers for her existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel them, we'll scrap the update altogether. As for future projects, Nanoless, or yourself, or on her behalf, can reach out to us when she's ready, and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano. Let's see. Anyway, so he says, I immediately accepted the decision if it's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. Said, thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in the chat at the time. I see. Let's see. Okay. Were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? Not as far as I know. It's really just artistic burnout. Yeah, because are you looking at the way this Akira guy talks? He's talking like a PR agent. He seems like an actual much more professional manager than you do, Red. He's talking professionally. At least from the looks of it. Whereas you were trying to do like this like fucking like, hey, we're buds, we're pals, hey, we're like, you know, hey, let me put this Pepe hands. Oh, we're so cutesy with you're trying to do all this cutesy shit with Nano. Whereas this guy actually seems like he's a regular, just like it seems like he's a hired PR agent. He seems like he's a professional. And so as a professional representing Nano, even if there were more drama pieces related to this, why would he tell you? Guess what? You going to Nano and saying, hey, tell me the drama, tell me the gossip, tell me about whose model you're doing, who's rigging the model, who's doing this. Oh, this is competition. That's not normal. That's not normal in business. That's a weird relationship. The way this guy's talking, that's normal business. Believe it or not, business is business. It's just business. That's business. The Red says, I asked Akira more questions to try and speculate on some of the timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again, since this threw us off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout, thinking my conversation about Shylily with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout. Now I know I was right to suspect this. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. No shit, dumbass. I was right. Oh my god. It was our last conversations that did it. Plus all the fucking previous context. We appreciate it. All right. Sinder is really distressed over the whole situation after I broke the news to her. I didn't really want to move on from Nano and said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. I first told Sinder about this and I said I broke the news to her. This reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On 4-9, Nano showed no signs of burnout. Yeah, it was a PR reason. It was a PR reason. He's trying to maintain fucking relations here between the two parties. He is a businessman, it sounds like. Or at least he seems to... The way his comments are presented seem very professional. And more neutral. You know, it seems like a more neutral, professional, like... I don't know. PR statement. So on 4-9, what? This is him showing that she wasn't feeling burnout? I'll do whatever you guys want. What outfit would it be? I mean, you've already know she's overbooked herself, right? You probably need someone to look out for her, because she overbooks herself to the point of burnout. And it's like, she showed no signs of burnout, therefore, she couldn't have been burnt out? I don't know if that's how that works. Also, this was like last year, wait. The last time Nano had implied she was burnt out was in, the Red was in September 2024 when she canceled a bunch of projects herself. And it looks like she's canceling a bunch of projects suddenly. After Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me that things would be okay, and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would come to this decision. And without saying anything to me at all, I canceled my Fansly stream I was supposed to have that night. Oh, I read those together as one. It's okay. And this is her canceling the stream, okay. Cool. 5 days later, Red messaged Akira again. Alright, and what about? Okay. Wanting to continue? Alright, wanting to continue a relationship with Nano, if possible. This was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it, and she chose not to talk to us at all about it. We accepted her decision with the hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together. And instead sent someone we've never heard of to say goodbye for her. Yeah, because you guys are doing this weird, like, we're friends, we're pals, we have such a deep, close relationship. It was a business thing. It's business, you fucking idiot. You were commissioning her. And you were trying to be friends too, and it was weird. I mean, she played into it too. She was being friendly too, but it's like... what you're receiving, you're on the receiving end of literally, this is the business response. I think you kind of asked for it then. You did kind of ask for it. There's a reason that meme is true with the, or holds some favor with the whole, it's just business. Business is business. That meme? You got the business response. You wanted business, you got business. Last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. Okay. Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 a.m. Eastern Time. She was the first one to post around this time. Red sent her a DM saying, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her. Nano, can we talk? But deleted it too. Oh, okay. So Red messaged her saying, Nano, please, but deleted it. Sinder messaged, Nano, can we talk? But also deleted it. She then removed us as friends on Discord, so we couldn't contact her again. Hello, I'm here to share something that's affected me personally and hurt others. This is very hard for me, but I feel it necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I have to say. So that's the original Nanoless document on Sinder. And that is the end of the Nanoless section. So, I'm going to take yet another break here, because it's been a long fucking time. And then we will go into the bow section coming up next. Bow. Bow, bow. Bow, wow. Alright. One moment. Alright. Bow's document for reference. So at the time that, all this shit was coming out, you had Nano releasing the first document, then you had, I guess, Bow also released a document, Silver also released a document, I believe, and then of course you had Sinder release the apology document. So there was so many documents. At this time there was so many documents. Anyway, this is about Bow, and they've attached, or they've linked Bow's document for reference, just in case you want to go check that out. I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend, says Bow, the whale. And they linked their document. And they referenced Nanoless. So this was the same day as Nanoless's release. Anyway. So again, we're talking, this text is going to be Sinder's. This one, this is Red, is going to be the manager / boyfriend, Red / Redacted. Anyway, so Sinder says, Bao has always been a great friend to me. I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao, the same as the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than others in my closest circle. It was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao. That's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her, after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of the year, at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently. to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao because because I didn't agree with Red to begin with. I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have. I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. Did she really feel that bad? I don't know what Bao's document had, but how did you mistreat Bao other than just not, being there, I guess? Maybe there's something they'll enlighten us on. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March last year. I also knew that this model was canceled in August before she told me and our friends. Ooh. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask Red's messages myself, to read Red's messages myself when this happened. When Bao messaged me and our friends, I felt bad. I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. I didn't know it was ever replanned or that Red brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not and do not agree with what he said about Bao to her then. I see. Which again, this could be her distancing herself, but it's also very possible. I don't doubt that it's possible that she was unaware of Red's dealings with Nano regarding Bao. That's entirely possible. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt for now. Bao was recovering from surgery when she told one of her closest friends. She was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shylily or our other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public. But I believe she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first. But I don't hold anything against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her. Now, here's the thing. Let me finish this paragraph and I'll say something. But I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my friendship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing to not to say anything about it before I did. So I'm like, okay. So you think that Nano's version of things misinformed Bao, but either way, I think regardless, we'll see, but I think regardless at the end of what we see here, it's still going to stand. This truth is still going to stand that getting Nano to focus on Sinder's stuff is still going to result in Bao not getting a model. Like, that's going to be the end truth, right? Bao was neglected not only by Sinder, but was neglected by Nano as well because Sinder and Red tried to push Nano to focus on doing work for Sinder. I fully believe this. We'll see if this holds true. Anyway. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She works extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music. With how much bullshit she's been through, she is one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao is the kind of person who will always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry I didn't do the same for her and for never being the friend she deserved me to be. Alright, so this is Red's side. He says, I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but also I can't speak, but continue to hurt her because of my influence on Sinder's actions towards her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel the way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon. Oh, headcanon, wow. What did he think? I can't remember what he thought she did. He thought she did something. So Red's under the impression that Bao somehow slighted Red and Sinder. So he held something against her. I don't remember exactly what, but I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us, not Bao. I'm sorry. hey, you know, it's just business, right? Anyway, all right. He's apologizing. All right. Below, we've laid out anything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that's happened. This includes conversations with our mutual video editor. Oh, they thought that they were locked out of a video editor because of something Bao did. I think that was the thing. Red's conversations with Nano about Bao's model, our real-life experiences, and the production of Boss Rush's music video with Sacramore, leading up to what Red told Nano in their exclusivity deal. Okay. All right, checks out so far. Again, we're gonna get a load of screenshots here. They say they're gonna prefix everything's in chronological order. All the dates are on Eastern time. Censored any private info. Sure. Messages that were in any documents are highlighted in red. Okay. If they're directly taken from another document, they're in orange. Dates, important dates with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Sure. Quotes from my apology document essentially are in gray, and Red's only comments are in blue. Sure. All right. So we start off. This is 9/30 of 2023. Video editor exclusivity number 1. The first time Red asked our video editor about working with us exclusively was a couple of weeks after we saw they had worked with Bao. So they saw a video editor, so their video editor they saw worked with Bao. And therefore they're like, oh, hey, can we get you exclusive? I.e. excluding Bao, right? That would be the exclusivity part, right? Initially, I took them working with Bao personally when I shouldn't have. I took them working with Bao personally. Ah. You took it personally when you shouldn't have. I gotcha. Well, this is when, I think this was Red saying he looked at Bao as a competitor, right? Competition. But you shouldn't have because they're a friend, is what you're going with. Okay. I thought it must have been because my content wasn't good enough or as good as Bao's in this case. I thought it could be that I wasn't paying them enough, so they were looking for other work. I was upset, but not at her. She was my friend. Red wanted them to have the time to do more for us in general, so he wanted us to ask them about becoming exclusive for that reason. Red also asked how much they'd be looking to be paid for exclusivity. They turned him down, and it wasn't a problem. We were both satisfied with the response and accepted their decision. I got over my insecurity and was happy they were supporting my friend with her content. It was only over our shared video editor that I ever saw Bao as any kind of competition, but it didn't affect how I treated her. Now, Red, at the time, more so, viewed her as competition, so we'll see what he says, because he says... Oh, wait, this is... Sorry. This is still Cinder's apology. So in Cinder's apology document, the original one, in April, she said... Yes, Red and I were initially upset when Bao hired my editor. I don't know if she was... See, the way this is phrased, it sounds like this video editor was first belonging to Sinder, then Bao hired them. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they phrase it as. That's what it sounds like. And I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough or like I wasn't paying enough for his work. But I accepted and was happy for him for getting that bag, the money, you know, and supporting one of my friends at the same time. That still seems appropriate, I guess. So you have a screenshot here. I don't know what this is supposed to show. Red asking, like, real talk, how much income do you make monthly? I guess this is him asking, like, what it would cost to kind of do an exclusivity deal. So that's the screenshot. Not really that relevant. Anyway. We move on to 11:17, finding out about Bao's model. Red asked Nano about her current projects like he often would, which is weird. Don't do that. Don't ask artists about their other projects, you fucking controlling weirdo. You manipulative weirdo. Don't do that. Pay attention to your own projects, what you are commissioning, and only that. When you start asking artists about what they're doing for others, you approach weird manipulative stage of things. Don't do that. Anyway. We've already seen him do this, so it's par for the course, not surprising. So this is a screenshot just showing the same thing. We're not going to read it because we're not shocked. I think we've seen the same exact screenshot. And he mentioned oof before. My oof in the screenshot was about the number. Yeah, I think this exact same thing we've seen elsewhere, really, earlier today. Or earlier in this reading. In this other screenshot, he says, I was asking questions about Bao's design here to find out if it'd be compatible with Boss Rush. Yeah, we've seen this exact same thing. Later in the conversation, Bao was mentioned again. Okay, cool. After Nano said she was rethinking her wait list, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. No shit. That's manipulative. Whether Red wants to admit it or not, if you're pressuring someone and saying, hey, I'm not pushing you, I'm not making pressure, but hey, if you want to make more time for us, I ain't gonna stop you. I'm gonna suddenly release pressure. You're not making time for us? What the fuck? Hey, we want more time. We need more time. You need to make more time for us. Pressure. But, oh, you're deciding you're going to cancel? Whoa, okay, pressure off. I'm going to pressure off. You're thinking about making more time for us. Yeah, pressure off. And then they would come at the end saying, I didn't manipulate her, though. There was no manipulation. I didn't do anything manipulative. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you fucking did. Maybe this is so... Maybe you're so fucking in tune with manipulating people that this is just common shit for you. This is normal behavior, but that's manipulation. Those are manipulative tactics. And I'm not saying, as a manager working for someone, you want that person's best. If you're a manager working for Sinder, let's exclude the boyfriend shit. If you're a manager working for Sinder or Bao or anyone, you want what's best for that person and no one else. You want what's best for that person, even if it comes at the cost of someone else. So I'm saying that's fine, but fucking don't pretend you weren't manipulating. You were. Even if it was a minor amount. Even if it was to minor effect. You were. Anyway, he said she responded. She was saying, she responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones, and you didn't stop her. You're like, oh, she's getting rid of someone who's not Cinder, then I won't speak. If she was getting rid of, believe me, if she was getting rid of Cinder's commissions, you would have fucking had a lot to say, no? If she was getting rid of Cinder's commissions, you would have said a fucking lot and tried to convince her for Cinder. But because she was getting rid of others who weren't Cinder, which would lead to her having more time to work on Cinder stuff, suddenly you're like, oh, yeah, no. I support you. No pressure. I support you. Do what you think is right. Come on now. We can see. We have eyes. We can hear. We have ears. We're not stupid. Red/Redacted seems to think we are, though. Anyway. I thought Nano should keep Bao on the list, yada, because she's Cinder friend, but I didn't want to make a solid stance on it because you didn't like Bao. You thought Bao had slighted you guys. Nano was thinking of removing herself. Yeah. She said it here herself. Bitch, you let her. You were like, oh, she's going to remove her? Then I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. When he wants to pretend he had no effect, it's like, you realize, okay, if it was something you didn't like, we know full well you would have acted. If it's something that happens to support what you want, and you didn't act, yeah, we realize you wouldn't. You're like, I didn't do anything because it already supported what I wanted. Therefore, I did no manipulation. That's not how that works. Anyway, here's another screenshot. Red says, Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. Okay. Then this is, how many days later? We've got 11/17. We move on to 11/19. 2 days later. Nano asked Red about Bao's model timeline, which is really weird. Well, actually, this is Nano. I mean, this is still weird. Nano asking Red, Nano, you're the artist. You make the timeline. Nano, you are the artist. You have many different influencers/VTubers commissioning you. Nano, you are the one who makes the timelines. But because of the fact that she's been kind of corralled under Red's control, now she's going to Red as if Red is her manager, saying, hey, let me talk to you about how Bao's model timeline will be, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. This should be under Nano's influence. This should be Nano's choice. But she's going to Red as if he's the decision maker here. Red says, Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Did you not think that's strange? Do you not think that's weird? Why did she go to you about when she should finish a commission for someone else who's not Cinder? Because she looks to you as though you're some sort of manager figure for her. Because she wants to work with Cinder, right? and you are Cinder's manager. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she should, she may get it done sooner than June. Where did you say it? I really don't know at the moment. We're working on a winter model right now. Next thing might be the WebCon thing. Basically, you focused on Cinder stuff. So she's like, when should I get Bao's stuff done? And you're like, well, we got this for Cinder. We got this other thing for Cinder. And we're working on this other thing for Cinder. So basically, what you presented was, hey, you're looking to me as a manager. And I'm saying, hey, well, Bao's stuff comes second to Cinder's stuff. So, I mean, we didn't just start here. This came about from a lot of context, a lot of previous stuff where you kind of corralled her into this position. Anyway, we go forward to the next year. We went from November 19th, 2023. We're now in March 29th, 2024. This is WeebCon. This is where Bao shows Cinder, the new model that Nano was working on for her. Now we go forward 4 months to July 15th, same year. July 15th to the 19th. The She-Wolf cover song, which I don't know what that is, but I mean, She-Wolf, that's a song. They did a cover song as Bao covered it. Bao messaged Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with me for their Halloween cover album. This was the first and only time she went to Red in the DMs to plan something with me. She first told Red this song would be a duet. Okay, and they highlighted the section here that says, would Cinder be down to sing a duet of She-Wolf with me? Redacted says she's streaming, but I'll ask her. Alright. It's by Shakira. Okay, word. I'd be super flexible. Alright. So she messaged Red again later, now telling him that Numi was involved. Now, this is the first time Numi's name shows up here. I don't know who Numi is, but we'll find out. Red asked me about this, and he told Bao that I said I was down to do it. Were you, though? I also said she could have just messaged me about this, and I don't know why she didn't. Well, because Red's your manager. And everyone outside of this kind of situation seems to look at Red as being your manager. So if they're going to go to you, maybe they think it's appropriate that they need to go through your manager first, right? What does a manager do if not filter messages? At the very least. So Red asked her to clarify if it would be just the two of us, like she said, or three of us now. But Bao never responded. Here's the highlighted text. So, okay, actually, JK. Bao says the producer said he can take my commission right now. Lamau, do you mind asking Cinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know. Is Numi another person, like a third person potentially singing this? I don't know. So no, it'll just be. Let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be the two of us. I think she's down, says Red. She said you could have just messaged her, lol. Is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too? From what your last message said, lol. Or is Numi doing a different song with you? I guess Numi's another VTuber from the sounds of it. 3 days later, Bao messaged me to try and add me into her project server for the song. This was the first thing she said to me about it. Red never told me Bao said anything about Numi's inclusion in the 3 days since, and only told me it'd be a duet when talking to me about it. Numi being included wasn't a problem at all, and the three of us did the cover together. Yeah, I don't. Okay, what's the relevance? I guess we'll see, because there's a whole fucking category here about Numi's concert. I don't actually know what the drama is about Numi's concert, but I'm like, okay, you were told it's gonna be a duet with you and Bao. Cool, that's great. Oh no, it's not a duet. There's three of us. Fine. Why does that change things? That doesn't change things too much. It's not that big of a deal. You're gonna sing a song with Bao and Numi rather than just Bao? Okay, so what? Just do what you were gonna do already. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, they chose to include a screenshot here that says, well, wait, I thought it was just the two of us. This is between Cinder and Bao. It says, maybe Red didn't tell me everything. He said, bruh, it's me, me, you, and Numi. I told Red that if you didn't want to join, then it'd be me and Numi instead. Oh, he told me you said it was a duet? I was just confused. I thought it'd be cute if it was the three of us, because Numi was her kitty form, and I was a puppy form, and you were a wolf. Meow, I'm sorry. Isn't Bao A whale? I don't understand. I honestly don't understand this whole thing where you got like a whale VTuber and they're like, I'm kitty form. I'm a whale VTuber, but I'm kitty form. I'm a whale VTuber, but I'm doggy form. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're breaking your theme. Anyway, we move forward. We move forward from July 15th to July 23rd, 2024 into August 6th. July, August, you know. These are Red's DMs with Nano leading up to when she canceled Bao's model. Alright. I don't know if the model was important for the duet slash triple. Well, I don't know what you call it, triple singing. It's not a triplet. Is it a triplet? I don't know. But we'll see. Alright, so now we go to still July 23rd to the 26th. This is weird timing here. You should put this one second, I guess, but July 23rd to the 26th, 2024, Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut, so we could plan our schedule around it, like we've done in the past with other people she's worked with. It was the end of July, and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November of 2023, presumably. And she told him she planned to have it done by June. And we saw the design at WeebCon in March, and Bao showed us. All right. I'm not doubting these. I'm skipping over them because I'm not doubting this is what happened. All right. Red says Cinder's angel model was booked for October. I was excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. Cool. All right. Here's where he highlights, says, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand. But so this is, he highlighted Nano's dialogue here, where Nano says, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand, but I'll work with Sinder until she dumps me. Right, we've seen that same exact screenshot before. All right, we're retreading old ground. Red says here, Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she could do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand. Yeah, okay, yada, yada, yada. I encouraged her and offered her help. Yeah, you encouraged her. She said, hey, I'm not going to do anything for anyone else. I'll do stuff for Sinder, though. And you're like, yeah, that fits with our plans. I'll encourage it. Guess what? If it didn't involve Sinder, you would discourage it. Naturally, you would discourage it. You might be accepting of it. I know for a fact, if I were to say that to you, you'd say, no, but she's their own person. I would still accept it. Yeah, no shit, but you would still discourage it. You, as Cinder's manager, if someone did something that was opposed to Sinder, would discourage it. And that's natural, that's fine, but the fact that you won't admit to it is weird. Anyway, we got more DMs, whatever. I don't see what the relevance is of these DMs. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel committed to them, says Nano. Alright. Red says Nano brings up the idea of canceling models first, after expressing she wanted to do her own thing, and she would honestly, yeah, okay, but you're again excluding the fact that this is after you kind of corralled her into being mainly your fucking artist. You want to keep pretending like we are not aware of the context and how that works. Here we have, says, didn't start Bao yet. Okay, that's the one thing that's kind of odd, is that I know it's questionable the level or degree to which Bao's model was complete. That is something that I'm not 100% certain on. Because I think they talk about canceling it, but they talk about, oh, it wasn't started yet. But then later or somewhere else, they mentioned that actually it was further along. So I don't know what the actual answer on that is. But Bao's model does get canceled nonetheless. Anyway, so Red says, with this DM, in context, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression that Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama, again, was a joke. Fuck you. Don't you dare say... Red keeps doing this. Where I was caught red-handed, that was all a joke. Everywhere I was caught red-handed was a joke. It was all a joke. Fuck you. No. We'll find a new mama was your way of saying, oh, is it not done? Alright, well, sorry. Is it not yet started? Then that's great. We'll find another artist to do it. You can phrase it like, oh, it's another mama. We know what you mean. We know what you're talking about. What is this fucking model mama? It's a fucking artist. It's a commission. You're saying we'll find someone else to commission it. And you're saying that was just a joke. I don't believe you. Yeah, just like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Sure you did. It was all a joke for you, wasn't it? Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel on her? Yes. Do you think Bao would kill me? Okay, same thing. Red says, but if that's best for you, I think you should. Hey. If you do it, it's best for Sinder. But also, hey, it just happens to be if that's best for you, you think you should. I think you should do this thing that happens to be best for Sinder. So I'm not telling you to cancel her model. Do it. But if it sounds like that'd be best for you, for what you want to do, you know, which happens to work for Sinder, hey, you know, I'm not going to stop you for doing something that works for you and Sinder. Got too much. Wait, yep, got blank too, which I'm considering to cancel too. Yeah. Yeah. Cope. Do you think she wanted? Yeah. She did it of her own volition. She was the one deciding. Bitch, fuck you. You pushed her into this position. You know it. I told Nano I thought she should do what's best for her, which happened to coincide with what's best for Sinder. It just happened. It was just coincidence. It's just a fucking coincidence. Whoa, what a fucking coinkydink that I told her to do what's best for her, and that meant focusing solely on Sinder. It's just a big coincidence. This happened to work out this way. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be wanting yada yada. Alright. Fuck you. Fuck your cope. Not even gonna give you the time of day. Alright, so we got August 4th to August 5th. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any models projects like they had already talked about before. She did not name anyone, but Bao is obviously going to be included, right? As previously discussed. One would imagine. Red says the reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had canceled anyone yet is because you're wondering, did she cancel Bao? You won't say this, but you're wondering, did she cancel Bao? It could possibly affect our schedule, right? You're looking out for Sinder. No shit. Nano said, didn't cancel anyone yet. She did not cancel. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything. Wait. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were only two, or at least two models she's considering canceling. Alright, cool. Cool, alright. Not really relevant, I guess, then. I bumped into Nano again 6 hours later, and she said someone was replying to her now. Cool. Another 20 minutes later is when I said to Nano, did you cancel models? In all caps. Because, hey, why do you care? Are you... Gee, you really are intent of finding out. Hey, it doesn't really affect you guys, but you're really fucking intent of finding out. Did she cancel Bao's model? You won't state it, but that's what you were asking. It was in all caps because the previous message didn't say it. You wanted to really find out. I'm scared to cancel Bao. Yeah, because this would be the second time, right? This would be the second time Bao loses out on a model from Nanoless. Nano brought up Bao, but no shit, you knew she would bring it up. You're like acting like you didn't know that would be brought up, you fucking moron. We know you're smarter than this. We know you had this previous conversation. We know Bao was the topic beforehand. So when you said, did you cancel anyone? We know Bao would be included in that, and we knew you would know Bao would be included in that. But you're like, she brought it up. She brought Bao's name up. Bitch, you brought Bao's name up before this. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any other projects, any of her projects, or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore. Well, when you say I'm scared to cancel with Bao, that's your sign. She's telling you she doesn't want to cancel Bao. If someone's scared to cancel Bao, that means they don't want to cancel Bao. Bro, that's not hard to understand. I was not the one to bring it up, bitch. You did previously. You did previously. You didn't. And it's basically you're like, hey, sure, I brought it up beforehand, but now I didn't bring it up, even though it makes sense that would be the only thing I'm pretty much discussing. Fuck you. I didn't specify anyone specifically, even though it could easily be implied that's what I was doing. I re-showed Nano about... Okay, yeah. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Yeah, but you guys would be fine, right? It's okay if she guilt trips Nano, but you guys, you and Sinder would be fine. So fine. Let's do it. Let's go forward with it. I'm not gonna stop you. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model applications. All this lead up to the conversation was left out of Nano's. Yeah, okay. Maybe it should be included to show your manipulation. I think, yeah, maybe Nano and Bao should have included it in their documents. to show your level of manipulation, where you clearly knew what you would be referencing. You're like tongue-in-cheek talking about, who are we talking about? You canceling models? You knew for fucking sure. You knew for a fact Bao would be included in that. You knew. Anyway. 45 minutes later, Nano said she was able to start on Cinder's angel model right away. Gee, why would she suddenly be able to start right away? She was busy, now she's able to start right away. What could have happened in that meantime? Red, you fucking dimwit. When earlier she said she wasn't able to. She planned to start in October. Gee. Fucking, oh my god, what could have happened in that meantime? This was all Red, so this is back to Cinder saying this was all Red told me in our DMs after he talked to Nano. Nano's able to start right away. Yay. Yeah. Later that night, excuse me, later that night, Red told me that Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said that she would help her out, and that Nano was able to start on my Heaven Hound model early now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was. Yeah, this was at WeebCon, right? When she was showing me the design in person. But I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too. I wasn't going to pressure her to do something. Yeah, but Red was. You weren't going to, but Red was going to pressure her. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told me. Right, so this is another situation where you were not aware, allegedly, but Red was pressuring her. Now we'll see, here's Red's segment where he's going to pretend like he wasn't pressuring her. He's going to pretend. Before I even read it, Red's going to pretend he wasn't pressuring her. This was her own decision, or at least he was under the impression this was her own decision, right? Okay, so Red says, if I really want, yeah, cope, right off the bat, I'm not going to read it. If I really wanted to cope, I would have forced her. If I was ready to manipulation, I would have forced her. If I really had the control, I would have forced her. Fuck you. Fuck you, Red. Not worth reading your segment here. You were supposedly supporting what she wanted when it benefited you. The second what she supported didn't benefit you, you would not have supported it. We all know that. This wasn't for Nano to have more time with us. Instead, it was for anything she planned. Yeah, okay, sure, bro. Sure, you fucking idiot. Sure, that's totally what it was. Anyway. 8/6, August 6, 2024, Red message Nano. Asked how her conversation with Bao went. Okay, sure, that's what that is. As we saw earlier, Nano was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked how it went, if Bao's design was done. Yeah, you specifically asked if Bao's design was done. Oh, I didn't ask about Bao, I just specifically asked if Bao's design was done, and the model wasn't even started. Nano told me it wasn't. Then I didn't think it was a problem. If Bao could just take the design to another... Yeah, okay. So you were trying to figure out a way to get Bao to be off of Nano. So it's like you say one thing, and then later it proves you were doing exactly what you claimed you weren't doing. You were doing exactly what you claimed you weren't doing. You were very specifically seeking out a way. You're like, oh, the model isn't started. I wasn't seeking... So you start off with, I wasn't trying to get Bao canceled. Oh, she wasn't started? Oh, then I went out of my way to try and get her to a different artist. Bitch, what do you think you were doing? What? Do you think we're stupid? Do you think we're stupid? We can't see this? Whole situation is wrong. Both of us. Yeah, now suddenly when it's inescapable, suddenly when you're backed into a corner, it's not you did something wrong. It's the both of us did something wrong. Bitch, you're manipulating. You are in control of Nano at this point. Red, you are in control. You are Red. You are Nano's manager at this point. You are the one who shoulders the blame. Why do you think she asked you about what she should do with her other commissions? Because you keep asking her. It's like you keep coming to Nano and saying, hey, I know I am representative Cinder, but hey, Nano, artist who does other VTuber stuff, tell me about all the other VTubers you're working with. Great. I need you to focus on Cinder. And then when she's so used to that she proactively skips ahead and just tells you about other people, you're like, I didn't ask for this. I didn't tell her to focus on Cinder. She just did it. Why? Why did she do that? Why was she in a position where suddenly this was natural for her? To just tell you about what else she's doing. Just to volunteer this. And to just skip others at the behest of Cinder. Why was this natural? You fucking idiot. You act like you did nothing. Anyway, let's move on. We're going to be at this forever if I just keep sitting here insulting Red here. But It was after this that Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before, yada yada, same shit you said before. Should have been a better friend, yes. So Bao was like, what the fuck? Nano canceled me. And then you, being obviously the primary, probably client of Nano, everyone knowing this, you said nothing. You knew about this before, and you felt guilty about it. And then Bao later says, how could you not know? He's like, well, I didn't say I didn't know. Bro, she's basically saying, it's clear you didn't, she was aware you didn't say anything. It was probably like fucking obvious that you of all people, the primary client of Nano, she was getting a model from Nano canceled, and she's like, you didn't say anything. My assumption is, or my hope, fingers crossed, my hope, as you're truly my friend, is that you didn't know this was happening, you didn't order this to happen, you had no part of this happening. And yet, you didn't have to say the words, and yet it comes out that you knew full well. How could you say you didn't know? How could you say you know? So, here's Sinder saying, I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was canceled before she said anything. I haven't claimed otherwise. So again, it becomes, I didn't say specifically. I didn't put into text specifically that. That's my cope. Fuck you. Fuck you, Sinder. Fuck you, Sinder, you stupid bitch. I'm not even going to read that. This is what she said in her original apology. Oh, okay, fine, I'll read it. Her original apology said regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations. I had no knowledge about Cotton being included. And I would have said something to put a stop to it had she known. Okay, whatever. Not really relevant to this part, but... because as far as I know, it's not the exclusivity deal that made her cancel Bao. But either way... after Bao posted, I messaged the one friend that I could get a message to her, or the one friend I can get a message to her since she had already unfriended me. Yeah, we've already heard this. We've already seen the same exact message. I don't think there's anything new in this part, actually. So close to begin. This is the key part, though, where it's like questionable at what progress, because it still remains to be questioned. Is like, how far along was this model? Because in Bao's tweet about her canceled model, she seems to be under the impression that they were so close. They were so close to begin live 2D and rigging, which means like the visuals were mostly done. If you're close to rigging, that means the visuals are basically done. Because usually it comes first is the design, then the visual creation from the design, then the rigging is based off the visuals that are presented. This sounds like the artist already got done. And rigging would happen after, potentially rigging from a different person. I don't think Nano's going to be the one that does the rigging. Anyway. In Nano's document, it was said that Red asked me to cancel on her closest friend, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. Right, so she's saying it was essentially implied. Red asked me to cancel my work. Implication being Bao, who she was working on, right? And then later on, Red specifically asked about progress with Bao. Yes, that's true. That's all true. That's even true based on the evidence you provided so far. Neither of which has actually shown her to be true. You just showed us, Red. We literally just had screenshots of Red specifically asking, where's Bao's model? I'm scared to cancel Bao. Bro. Where is it? If Bao's design was done, the model hasn't even started, and it's okay. Red saying, how did talking to Bao go? You're specifically asking about Bao. Totally specifically asking about Bao, but totally you're not worried about canceling on Bao? Okay. Alright then. Red never asked to cancel Bao. He asked to cancel, and then she said, I'm scared to cancel on Bao, and then later he came up and said, how's Bao going? The implication is pretty fucking solidly clear. Anyway. How can we cancel mid-progress? Again, this is like, it's questionable what the progress was. Hard to say. Alright. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't already feel committed to them. This is them saying it was all Nanoless's fault. The cancellations are all Nanoless's fault. Red didn't specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model. Excuse me? Excuse me? He specifically says, hey, I'm checking in on ARMS stuff. How did talking to Bao go? I'm finishing ARMS. Ah, okay, thank you. You asked for progress on that. No, you didn't specifically say, did you cancel her? But you're like, how's Bao going? I wanted you to cancel everything. How's Bao going? What can we glean from that? What can possibly be gleaned from that? Anyway. Yeah, he didn't message to check specifically on Bao's model and canceling it. No, he messaged her to see if she would cancel any other projects. Uh-huh. Yeah, alright. Alright, fuck. You think we're retarded. You think we're stupid. No, okay. Nah, we see through it. We see through it. I see through it. We see through it, right? We're moving on. Easy. We can see it. Debunked. Get debunked. Alright, video editor. This is August 9th, 2024. Exclusivity number 2. The second time Red asked our video editor about becoming exclusive was after our other editor had stepped down. Instead of finding a replacement, we wanted to see if we could have the time to fill the gap in content left behind. Yeah, okay. This had nothing to do with Bao, but was it someone who was also working with Bao? You can keep claiming it has nothing to do with Bao, but is it someone who also works with Bao? Then it does have to do with Bao. Anyway, we're gonna move on, I guess, according to this document, which moves on from August 9th. We're moving on to August 27th, 2024. The last solo collab with Bao. This was the day of my last one-on-one collab with Bao. She had asked me to make clay animals together. It took us 3 weeks to get the materials delivered and finally schedule it. We ended up making VTuber mascots. I was happy Bao wanted to do something artsy together since I already did my own crafting streams and I wasn't able to do hand cam crafting collabs with other VTubers very often. Okay. Cool. I'm not sure the relevance. So the last day that they did anything together was 8/27. Cool. Now it was 4/26/25, I think, that shit hit the fan with Nano's document. So it's like a year later almost. A little bit less than a year later. Anyway, 8/31, August 31st, 2024, Natural Disaster. Bao released her original song, Natural Disaster, featuring our other friends alongside her. Red says, this event is here because because of what I watched Bao say on her stream, either on the day of the song was released or sometime in the couple weeks before then. Okay. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with V singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of the stream anywhere to prove. Okay, what's the relevance? Let's say she did this. Relevance? What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. Okay, so you're trying to paint Bao in a bad light. Or at least this is... I remember Red says he felt like Bao was vindictive, or like he felt like Bao had slighted Sinder somehow. So maybe this is part of what he's saying. This is part of what colored his view of Bao. But he can't prove it. So alright. Fine. At the same time, says Sinder, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this, and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level. But she asked me to be a part of this, and I wanted to do my best for her. Fine, great, cool. Alright, thanks for telling me, but we're moving on. September 19th, 2024 to the 23rd. TwitchCon. This is TwitchCon 2024. Red's got 3 bullet points. Red says the 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had about. Alright, so we're going to learn about how Red got the suspicion that Bao was working against Sinder. Alright, so the first night, Sinder and her friends and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us, but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person, away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. Okay, so she was missing. Bao was missing. Alright, first, strike 1. Next bullet point. One of our friends was telling us they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Sinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. Okay? They said Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over the decision about their own content. This reinforces what I told Nano about Bao. Okay, so you've heard secondhand that Bao was being, I don't know, a little snippy with a friend. All right. So strike one, Bao's missing. She's not there with you guys at dinner. Strike two, you hear someone saying secondhand Bao is snippy with them. All right, what's three? The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind in the group chat while they were figuring out where to eat. Bao said they wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with everyone. Neither Sinder or I have access to the group chat anymore. Okay, so this is all very much hearsay bullshit. All right, so first night she's not there. So strike one, she's not there. Strike two, I heard someone say she was snippy. Strike three, when they were gonna eat together, she had very specific caveats. She wanted something very specific. This is why you wanted to fucking blackmail her, not blackmail her, blackball her out of the artists. All right, a little weird. I wouldn't think that's enough. You know, this is all. Most of this is kind of secondhand, but aside from not being there with Sinder, but at a party at TwitchCon was where we met Sacramore, Bao's video editor. He came to me and said he'd love to work together and make a music video for me, which is why Red would ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Okay, so cool. So that's where at TwitchCon is where they met Sacramore, the video editor. Now moving on to September 28th to October 4th, 2024. Sacramore and Boss Rush's music video number 1. Since this is the first time Sacramore has been mentioned, here is his document for reference. So I wasn't aware Sacramore had released a document, but now I know. So the video editor ended up releasing his own document. Cool. I'm not watching that, or I'm not reading that. Feel free to read if you want, says Sacramore. If you go, show love and support both Nano and Bao, though. Alright. At some point, it reaches the point, like, alright, you want to pretend you're innocent, but it's like, well, first you issued an apology, and second, you have, like, multiple people against you. Like, at some point, I feel like, even if you're innocent of what you claim, this many people against you kind of implies you are still probably an asshole. Anyway. So, Red reached out to Sacramore after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next weekend, but Sacramore couldn't fit it into his schedule at the time. Alright, cool. I believe you. Japan trip. This is now October 5th to October 18th, 2024. It's a Japan trip. Red says 2 things that happened on the trip with our friends last year. 1. Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. Proof? They confided in Sinder and I afterwards that they were very upset over it, but it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is. So secondhand, you had a second-hand account that Bao's an asshole. Alright. Point 2. Everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner, since it was a few days earlier. It was the last night of all our friends would be together. Just like TwitchCon, and again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way, and then some time later she said, never mind, she's not coming. Well, all were aware this was the last time we'd ever see each other again until 2025. Oh no. After TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced of how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. Okay. I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think of them beyond. Yeah, so like, Bao comes off as busy or very hard to get to. Great. And then you have second-hand accounts of her being an asshole. And rather than being a friend and ask her about this, you just kind of assumed her character, right? You guys assumed her character. Maybe she is. I don't know. For all I know, maybe she is. I don't fucking know, but I'm just saying. You didn't ask her, you had communications with her, and you just assumed that all these people were telling the truth about her. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you rather someone directly ask you? Anyway. Moving on. October 23rd to November 30th. Saccharomore, the video editor, and Boss Rush's music video number 2. After getting back from Japan, Red messaged Saccharomore again about Boss Rush's music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. These are all the DMs over the course of the music video's production, and I don't really care. I offered to pay double for Saccharomore's work because I knew it'd be a tight deadline and was desperate for this help. Saccharomore was one of 2 music video editors we knew. The other wouldn't be able to pull off this video in this time frame. Saccharomore's music videos always come out great, and this project needed to be the best it could. Alright, cool. You offered him double. Cool. I don't doubt that. I'm not going to look at all these DMs. I don't doubt that. There's no reason to read all this. I don't doubt you doubled him. You offered him double. I sent Saccharomore the merch assets as soon as they were available or given to me. Okay, cool. I feel like there was some sort of big controversy about this like Boss Rush event that I'm just unaware of. That's probably why there's so many like messages focusing on this, but maybe it flopped. Maybe something went wrong. I don't know. Red says, for transparency, there were 14 timestamps total, but some were cut off between these 2 messages. Okay, I don't really care. Anyway, moving on. Bao's comment on Boss Rush's song. My new music group, Boss Rush, premiered our first song at the end of November. Red and I were going through the comments and we both saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like hers, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the day, it was just a comment. So what did she say? She said, God damn, they ate. Those are my girls. Holy. Now, knowing like how business works, even if you're not her friend, you should have liked it. You should. She's supporting you. She's putting in a supportive comment for you guys. You should support people who support you. That's just common sense. Anyway, after the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion of how Bao viewed her friends, so I told Sinder she shouldn't like it. I was persistent about it, so she listened to me. It was very petty of me towards a friend showing support. Yeah, that's pretty stupid, Red, from a business standpoint. That's a pretty... ignore friendship. Ignore friendship. From a business standpoint alone, it's pretty stupid not to promote or push a comment from a big other VTuber supporting you. It just makes fucking common sense to support that. Feelings aside. So yeah, that was pretty petty of you. Anyway. Moving on. December 5th, 2024 to the 9th. Group chat with Bao. Sometime in between these dates, Bao started a group chat with both Red and I. We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as I remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was adamant to me about not wanting to plan anything with her at the time, so we didn't. Bao never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another 2 friends involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely, but the timing was suspicious to me after the past few experiences with her. So you think she saw something? Oh, well, let me finish. I saw this as her trying to gain something from us, so I brushed it off. What stood out to me was she dressed Sinder specifically as lead singer of Boss Rush. Okay, so she was what? Butting her up? She was like buttering her up to say, hey, you were lead singer, let's do something. I mean, isn't that common sense that, hey, this was a success. This came off really great. I too want great things for my channel. I too want great things for myself. Hey, let's work together. Isn't that how business works? Isn't that how business works? Why are you're being petty again? You're once again being petty and saying, fuck you. I know you're a bad person, bad friend. So even though you sent support, like text-wise, and you think what we did was great, and now you're saying you want to work with us, fuck you. Yeah, okay. That's petty. You could have worked together and had great things pop off from that. Anyway, now we're in December 10th, 2024. Saccharomore exclusivity. This is where I assume they offered Saccharomore, Bao's video editor, or at least video editor of Boss Rush. I don't know specifically, but they offered exclusivity to only work with Sinder. 11 days after the music video was finished and released, Red messaged Saccharomore about another project for February. He said he was working exclusively with Bao going forward. Oh, So Sackmore told them, hey, I'm exclusive with Bao right now. In my apology, I said, and yes, I was also upset when Sackmore, the Boss Rush music video editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Boss Rush and potential future projects around it, but he told me, without a music video editor as talented as Sackmore, the future projects won't reach the same heights, so he created the headcanon. He had it out for us in the DMs. Okay. That's laid out in the DMs. My bad. I can't read, but okay. I can kind of see where the line of thinking went. You had an amazing video project that went well. Bao's like, hey, how do I get in on that? And you guys ghost her. Suddenly, after that, that amazing video editor is now saying they have an exclusivity deal with Bao. So you were like, oh, she sniped it. She sniped it. She pulled him out from under us. She did an exclusivity deal with this editor, Sackmore, at our expense. You know, we're the ones that suffer for this. I can see why you might think that. I can honestly, because honestly, I could still think that might be true. Doesn't mean you aren't an asshole, like Red. But for this specifically, I can see why you might think that. And certainly I could see the rationale for how Bao is technically a competitor. Yeah, of course. Anyway. So Red says, well, okay, wait, did I read this apology? Yeah, I did read that, okay. Yeah, in the apology document. Anyway, Red says, last time I spoke to Sackmore, he said he was honored to be a part of the Boss Rushers project and was looking forward to the next music video to work together, or the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made, and it was already nearing 500,000 views. I didn't know Sackmore well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Yeah, obviously he was offered something. No shit. As we were messaging, I was going back and forth talking to Sinder about this. This is, which is why there's gaps in time. Okay, cool. By the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. There's not really a point in doing freelance anymore, since the only growth in it now is just scaling my prices to stupidly high rates. But I don't care about money that much. I need to focus on building my own platform community. If I want to see the next stages of growth for myself, this is Sackmore talking. I'm going to in-house, what does it say? I'm going in-house with Bao because she has been my day one and supported. She has been my day one and supported / took a chance on me when I was a little nobody living in basically poverty. And I want to do whatever I can to repay her kind. Yeah, okay. What do you mean you have why are you suspicious of that reasoning? That's great reasoning. That is fantastic reasoning from my perspective. That sounds like he's loyal. That sounds loyal. I don't know. That sounds great reasoning to me. Anyway. Right after this, Red messaged our video editor about music video editing. He messaged our video editor about music video editors. And what happened with Sackmore. They're close with and works with Bao. Who the fuck put this down? Sinder, come on now. They're close with and works with Bao and her other editors, including Sackmore. Okay. Our editor gave me the same reasoning for Sackmore's decision as he did, and I should have taken it as fact by then. Sure, why not? That's a great reasoning. Why do you think that reasoning's sus? But I didn't and still thought something else must have happened. Alright, you're weird. You're paranoid and demented. Got it. Sackmore told me he was going exclusive with Bao because of his own content and goals he wanted to prioritize in his position as a VTuber video editor. For a significant amount of time, I just didn't understand his vague reasoning or what content community he was working in. He gave you pretty specific shit. What do you mean? He said, I want to support someone who supported me from day one. When I was a nobody in poverty. That's fucking you can write a book about that story. That makes perfect sense. That's loyal to someone who supported you when you were down. It was this message from Sackmore that made me suspicious of what his actual reason was for going exclusive with Bao. But this is the supporting someone when I was from basically when I was in poverty. I'll do whatever I can to repay your kindness. That's what made you suspicious. That's the best fucking defense he has. That was the best. Like that, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna. Like if someone told me that, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. I'm not gonna intrude on that. I'm not gonna intrude on that. That's pretty deep. I can't break into that fucking. You know, hey. By all means, you do that. That's great reasoning. I support you in that. But this is what made it suspicious. What the fuck? There's only days after Sinder had turned down Bao in the group chat. Okay, that's more so. That's more so what I can see as the reasoning is that suddenly after turning down Bao for a group like a collab, now he's suddenly collab now he's suddenly exclusive to Bao. That's the only thing I can see as being suspicious. His reasoning is fine. What he said in DMs is fine, and that's not suspicious. Anyway. I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sakamore was doing this because Bao must have guilt-tripped him. Convinced him not to do any work with anyone other than her, including Boss Rush. And I was mad that this wasn't even just against Sinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too. Who I cared about as much as Sinder did. I see. Okay. Confirmation bias is a cognitive bias. The type. Okay, why you're giving us the definition of confirmation bias, bitch? Fuck off. I know you again pretending we're stupid. Again pretending we're stupid. All right, bro. Okay. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned up to this point is what Bao thought of her own music throughout the last year. She would talk publicly in her Discord about being depressed. About how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did was performing well, and guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them due to the low view counts, ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. She wanted to quit She wanted to quit making music entirely because she thought her songs performed so poorly. The only songs of hers from last year that I could imagine she considered successful were Miss RGB, Natural Disaster, and the She-Wolf cover, all of which included her friends. When I told Nano about that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them. I don't know. I feel like you also think they flopped. No? You agreed. You must agree. To some degree. I'm implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. Music that had dozens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of views, wasn't good enough for Bao. Although I didn't elaborate on any of that to Nano, in my own opinion, all of her songs performed fine, if not great. Yeah, I'm sure. You wouldn't say any of them did maybe more poor than others, would you? Of course you would. You're gonna pretend otherwise, but of course you would. I don't know why she needed views to validate. Why would she need views? I viewed everyone competitively. I'm a competitive business thinker. But I couldn't understand why she needed more views. Fuck off, you fucking idiot. We can see through you. You knew full well why views are important. You know full well why someone might view more views as being a measure of success. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. We're not stupid. We can see through what you're saying. I know how this reasoning sounds when you just look at my message Nano said, but it doesn't look good for me. It doesn't look good on me. Yeah, no shit it doesn't. We were banned from Bao's Discord server, so I don't have any evidence to show this was happening. I don't know if Bao's messages about this still exist, but I know there's plenty of Baobel buddies out there. I guess that's what Bao calls her viewers. Baobel buddies out there who would remember this. Bao's TMJ, she talked about in her document, had nothing to do with anything I said to Nano and wasn't something I even considered. Her TMJ? What? Is that like a jaw condition? Is that what we're talking about? Anyway, that sounds like something that Bao might be insecure about, perhaps. Another similar instance I remember happening in Bao's server was on Sinder's birthday last year when her, Bao, and her friends and their friends were playing Jackbox games together. Sinder was streaming and invited them all to play, and Bao was streaming her end at first, but abruptly ended it not long after starting. I checked her Discord to see if anyone knew what was happening. Bao was chatting in public channels saying her CCV was too low. Keep streaming. And no one cared about watching her. CCV. I guess it's some sort of metric. Okay. Her community was trying to encourage her, support her, but I remember she replied to a fan saying something like, "Stop fucking talking," and telling them that nothing she did mattered. This is how she was talking directly to her fans and supporting her while in a collab with her friend's birthday, of all things. More concerned about her numbers rather than having a good time together. I don't know if these messages still exist. Alright, you don't have any proof. Got it. Fine. I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist then. Here's part of the full VOD from 9/14 for reference. Does this prove anything? Just that it happened? We can't see the backside of the comments though. So we have to just take your word for it, which I don't want to, because you're a liar. You and Sinder are both known liars. Anyway, Red goes on to say, one thing I found while putting this document together was this tweet from Bao earlier this year on March 15, 2025, which indirectly supports the above. Bao said she was struggling with an unhealthy work-life balance like us. She wasn't enjoying content creation, implying she was too focused on the numbers, and what she did was never enough for her. Alright, that still doesn't prove you right, though. She had a mentality where numbers were important. Great. Doesn't prove you right about what you just said, though. Holy fuck, Red. Shut the fuck. All this is Red talking here. You can see. She also spoke out about jaw pain. Cool. Why is this relevant? Why is this fucking relevant? You're padding out the document. You're padding out the fucking document. You're trying to hit that 1,000 page. You're trying to hit that 1,000 page mark. Why is it relevant about the TMJ? Debilitating TMJ pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw joint. Open my mouth properly. They both knew this. I guess this was probably in Bao's document. Great. How much of this do I have to skip? Because this is all fucking meaningless. So, Red's saying he came to this conclusion based on everything that just happened. And later on says this is the wrong conclusion, but this is a conclusion, nonetheless. Boss Rocha's song came out and was performing great right away. Bao, who was upset with her own music's performance throughout the year, who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song was doing and experienced friends were made was doing. She also found out about her video editor, yada yada. Okay, she made him exclusive, right? And how Sinder turned her down for a collab. Yeah, no shit. Alright, no shit. It's all no shit. We kind of covered this already. Sure, there were times before this I thought Bao could be wanting or pushy, but I never thought or never held anything against her. Sure you did. Now I was convinced she was selfish. Things that were never a problem to me, like her working with our same video editor for the past year and a half, suddenly became an issue. Because of the exclusivity part from her Sacramore video editor? Probably. Anyway, everything I saw over the few months showed a pattern of behavior that led to this happening. I thought it was crazy for being the only one to see it, with all her friends giving her behavior a pass because that's just how Bao is. I couldn't possibly think her editor just decided to go exclusive with Bao right after. I mean, maybe she made a deal. You guys made a fucking deal? Why are you... This is what I don't get. A lot of this shows Sinder and Red particularly, corralling Nano into exclusivity before even making it official. And then later making it official exclusivity deal between Nano, Sinder, and then later on including the video editor. And you have the fucking gall to be like, what the fuck? Bao's doing the same thing? Wow, Bao must be a fucking bitch. Hey, idiot. Hey, idiot, you did the fucking same thing. Is your cope that maybe Bao did it first? You fucking... So you're just as bad then. If you think Bao's bad, you're just as bad then. Alright. If there was a great explanation, there was a great explanation. The Sacramore editor gave a fucking great explanation for why he was going exclusive. Obviously, Bao probably pushed it. But then he had a rationale for why he made his decision. Guess what? He had agency too. And he made his decision. And you were forced to accept it. You're forced to respect it. I had thoroughly brainwashed myself into thinking there was no way this wasn't the case, but as I now know, I was wrong. I misinterpreted the situation, misjudged Bao's intention due to my confirmation bias, going as far as to disregard every positive interaction I had with Bao, or any of the good things I've seen her do just fit this narrative. I jumped to conclusions and doubled down without ever trying to find out if this was really true or not. But with every little thing that happened, I was so sure that this must have been the case And I held against Bao. It was stupid and immature of me, and Bao didn't deserve the way I thought about her or my actions I followed. Jesus fucking Christ, you're so fucking long-winded to say the same shit over and over again. Honestly, it feels like they got to a point, like, our document's 900 pages, we gotta push it. Alright. Add unnecessary dialogue wherever you can find. Just go through the whole document and now add more unnecessary detail until we hit that 1,000 mark. Oh! Alright. And Bao did know about the music video Sakamore was working on for us. I was wrong. While going through my messages for this document, he said as much to me when I was working on it. Okay, from the time. Okay, so is he an ass? Is Bao an asshole or not? Stop going back and forth. Is she an asshole or not? Is Bao an asshole or not? You can't keep saying no, Bao's wrong, but she's still an asshole for this reason. Is she an asshole or not? Which direction are you going? Stop being so wishy-washy. Make your intentions clear. You're still highly coping here. There's no conversation at the TwitchCon party. Alright, cool. Also, I'm not sure. So this has the orange border, meaning it was taken from someone else's document. Also, I'm not sure what they're on about with Bao not knowing. Okay. This is probably from Sakamore's document then. Since I asked Bao with Sinder and Red standing right next to me at TwitchCon if it was fine, since I agreed to do all the Halloween album with, but okay, cool. Whatever. Even if she knew, whatever. So what? It's just business, as you and fucking Sinder would put it. Red closed off by saying, I want to say I'm sorry to Sakamore for the pressure I put on him. Oh, you'll admit to putting pressure on Sakamore, but not putting pressure on Nano? You put no pressure on Nano, but you put pressure on Sakamore. You fucking idiot. That's what you'll admit to? Alright. While working on the music video and overworking him during the holidays and with what he was experiencing at the time, if I had things better planned and finished sooner, there wouldn't have been such a time crunch. I also want to apologize for the hostility in my messages to him when he told me he's closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, and I shouldn't have distrusted him. Yeah, no shit. Alright. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break here. I'll be right back in a moment. Alright. I need to take a breather, I need to get a drink, so I'll be right back. 1 second. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Anyway, so after that break, let's look at this. So we left off at the section here. Let me scroll down a little bit. We've got argument with Red. This is on December 12th, 2024. Okay. The Red said, or at least, sorry, this is Sinder talking. Red came up with this theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I have no evidence of it, only the events around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us. I do like how they will admit that Bao, or they'll claim that Bao pressured her editor, but they'll never admit to pressuring their own artist into exclusivity. But either way, I was upset about not being able to work with Sakamore again, too, but I told him we'd just have to find a new editor. When confronted with her actions over the past few times we saw her, I said they weren't a big deal. Red was persistent, and I went through his evidence over and over until I got mad, too. He convinced you, I guess. I caved on the YouTube comment? Yeah, I caved on the YouTube comment and understood what he was saying to me, but I didn't agree with his conclusion. I was already stressed out because of my new model debut in 3 days, and I was hosting the VTuber Awards pre-show the day before that. That's where my Fansly announcement would also be. And another thing I was nervous about doing at all. The Fansly? I see. Now, Red was telling me he knew, quote-unquote, one of my friends had purposely done this to me. I defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told me to ask Bao about it, but I told him to, since he was the one with the problem. I had a collab with another friend's channel the next day that included Bao. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute because she was involved after I had already made an announcement about it in my Discord server earlier. Yeah, it sounds kind of like Red's an issue here. Sounds like Red's jumping to conclusions and being very controlling. Anyway, so this is a screenshot of her stream schedule. I guess it's just to confirm that she had a collab with Bao and someone else. Which, sure, okay, that's what that looks like. I didn't want to hear it, got upset, and went to bed from the stress of everything. Because of our fight, I was asleep and missed the Okami sequel announcement. Like the game? I don't know. And I tweeted about it when I woke up. Or I guess she's talking about the VTuber avatar. I don't know. It says, oh my god, I was asleep and I missed it. Okami is getting a sequel. I'm so happy I'm gonna cry. Okay, it sounds like the game. Anyway. Neither of us ever talked to Bao about any of this. Even after just days earlier, she had started a group chat with us both. It's my fault for never trying to clear things up when I had the chance. I just wanted to get this, I just wanted this to go away and keep the peace between me and my friends. In my apology, so in her apology document, she said, I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up and letting it spiral to the point it got to. Yeah, that sounds valid. That sounds valid. There's so many things in her apology document that seem more accurate than this document that she keeps kind of trying to go back on. I guess this one, it doesn't sound like she's going back on it, but still. In her original document, she continues to say, I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this too. I guess maybe Red's about to talk here. He's going to talk about the put into her head part. Let's see. Red says, regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her a couple of times I talked to her afterwards. So he's walking back. He's claiming, oh no, I'm still friendly with her. No. I wanted to exclude her from the exclusivity deal. I wanted to exclude her by name, but I was still friendly with her. Okay. Yeah, okay. She was still Sinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work-related in December. And last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her, Sinder, and their friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity came up when going to Nano about exclusivity. Okay, so that doesn't really clear you. That doesn't really clear you of wrongdoing. I didn't think of excluding her until we got to the opportunity of the deal of exclusivity. Gee, okay. Well, what you're known for doing wrong here is excluding her in the deal of exclusivity. So yeah, I didn't do anything wrong here until I had the opportunity to. Wow, great. Okay, cool. That really clears your name. Anyway, so we move on to December 13th, 2024 to the 14th. The collab with Bao and friends. Sinder says, I was at my friend's collab the next day with Bao. Bao messaged me afterwards apologizing for something that happened on stream. I didn't see her message right away because of everything I had going on that weekend. I replied after the VTA, I guess it's the VTuber Award pre-show, was over. I thought about saying something to Bao about what Red told me, but I didn't. Do we know what she's talking about that happened during the show? I don't know. I didn't want to start anything over what I believed to be nothing in the first place. And I had a hard time talking about things in general. I trusted Bao. I was still mad at Red, and my new debut was the next day. Yeah, I could understand why you might not want to rock the boat too much when you got shit happening the next day, but still, there's plenty of time from December 13th to the April the 2025th, or sorry, I'm not saying that right, 2025, April 2025. There's plenty of time, there's months, there's like a few months between this and when the apology document came out, where you could have said something, you could have talked to her. Either way, yeah, you recognize that you did something wrong there, so that's valid. Anyway, we're moving on to really just the next day, kinda. This is artist number 1 and Bao. Artist number 1 told Red that they're working with Bao now. Does it say exclusivity? Let's see. So you have Bao projects now. Mayhaps paywall stuff though. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern. No, it's not that, says Red. It's just that the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we worked with. It's not the first time. I'm glad you're getting the bag. See, he's phrasing it as, I'm glad you're getting your money, you greedy little hoe, but this is not the first time that one of our artists or editors has been sniped from us by Bao. He's putting those seeds of doubt there. Talking about your editor, lol. Our editor is one, but not the only one. It's NBD, it's no big deal. But clearly to Red, this was a big deal to him. He claims it's NBD, but no, he cares a lot. Anyway, Red says, artist number 1 told me they were working with Bao now. This was only a few days after I spoke with Sacramore and Sinder. And I had an argument over my theory about Bao. The other regular people we work with, I was considering about here was Nano. From when I was working with Bao earlier in the year, I told artist number 1 that it wasn't a big deal, they were working with her. Artist number 1 never knew my thoughts on Bao that were told to Nano in January. I don't see why that's important, but okay. I was mad at Bao, but I wasn't planning to do anything about it. It was only when I went to ask Nano about exclusivity Did I have the idea to include Bao's name as a way to get even with her? Yeah, okay. So again, once again, you're reiterating that I wasn't gonna do anything, but then I had the opportunity, so then I did something. Wow. All right. I wasn't gonna do something bad until I had the opportunity to do something bad. Great. Wow, you look like a great guy. Anyway. December 15th, Sacramore's announcement. Sacramore made his announcement about working exclusively with Bao. This was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. So Sacramore put on a Twitter post, after I finish up 2 more comms for peeps, I'll be shutting down my comms forever and editing quote-unquote anonymously in-house for Bao VTuber. Freelance has been fun and got to work with lots of really cool people, but I'm putting myself and Bao content as my only priorities for the future. I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. I see. Which, obviously, that's his choice, and they seem to respect that earlier in the previous posts, but let's see what Red has to say. As far as I'm aware, Sacramore was already basically exclusive to Bao to the same... This was like a day later. This was a day later. What do you mean? Oh, as far as I'm aware, he was already exclusive. Bitch, this was a day later. You were in DMs asking about it. Literally the previous day. As far as I knew, they were already... Yeah, so as far as you knew, for an entire 24 hours, that's it? That they were exclusive? Yeah. Yeah. They were. You knew maybe a day prior to their public post. And for him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing publicly and asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to. That's as far as you know. I guess you're trying to paint the picture that this is sus and maybe Bao put him up to it. I just couldn't believe there wasn't more to it. Yeah, okay. I see. I don't know if Sacramore ended up making any of his own content like he told me since this happened. It's none of your business. This is an editor working with someone else. I don't know why you feel like you need to be included on what every artist, every editor is doing with other VTubers, but guess what? It's none of your fucking business, bro. You are quote-unquote boyfriend/manager of Sinder, and you should oversee perhaps projects relating to Sinder, but you do not have the privilege of knowing and requesting and expecting response about what every artist you work with and every editor you work with is doing for others. That's between them and the other people. You don't have that privilege. I mean, it seems that to you, this Nano person who you've kind of corralled into this supportive role has been giving you that information, but it shouldn't be expected. This is not information that should be expected. But either way, you seem to have developed this mindset where you think it should be. Anyway, it says recently Sacramore opened his commissions again and is apparently not working with Bao anymore. I don't know what date this would be, but the very thing that sent me over the edge about Bao last December didn't seem to last. So now you're not mad because he's no longer exclusive? That's a little bit bizarre. Anyway. This is, we went from, okay, well now we're in 2025. This is quite the jump. I guess this is just to show that he's opening up his commissions again, which, yeah, okay. It shows this huge announcement post where he's no longer exclusive to Bao, he's opening up his commissions, sure, yeah. I didn't doubt that part, but thank you for the proof. Anyway, now we are in the timeline for Bao's part of the document. We are officially in 2025. This is January 10th to February 11th, 2025. Artist number 1 in Nano's exclusivity deal. Like was shown in Nano's section, artist number 1 wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business related to discussions with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. December 10th, artist number 1 messaged Red the morning after pitching their idea to him about our video editor, and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. Okay, fair enough. That checks out. Next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for the same kind of exclusivity too. Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. Red and I agreed. They're looping the same thing over and over again. I honestly think they're padding this document out. There's no way they're not padding this document out because there's so much reiterated bullshit. That's the same thing they've already told me. They'll have like they already had the section about, if I look at this, they had the section about Nanoless. And then they're treading the exact same fucking ground again, except in the section with Bao. The only difference is now we're in section Bao, but it's the same shit they already talked about. And they don't really provide any new insights. Anyway, I guess I'll keep reading. Let's see. As for the exclusivity of Artist 1, Red and I only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. But Red, unbeknownst to you, named specifically Bao, Cotton, and Silver, right? Anyway. Moving on to January 15, 2025. This is when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in our private server chat where all three of us were. This quote from my apology refers to the deal they made, right? Okay, so this is their earlier document where they said, back in April 2025, they said, we had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her. And it was wrong. This isn't, okay, first of all, that part's not wrong. Trying to offer exclusivity deals, not necessarily wrong. Now, if you were to manipulate and push and pressure someone into one, that's wrong. But simply trying to negotiate a deal is not wrong. Anyway. And it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. Nope, not wrong, actually. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. Well, that's not true. There's three of them. There's Silver, Bao, Cotton, that were named, or that were mentioned by name. But I guess you're saying the only one you pressured Nano into, you're claiming you only pressured her into Silver. That's kind of weird to say, okay, we named three people specifically, but only one of them was really pressured to be named. I don't know about that. But he goes on to say in the current document, Sinder says, I should have said negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she had already planned, except Red did. What the fuck are you saying? Like, they fucking... Sinder is saying shit that earlier in her document it fucking negates. Like, she's like, I don't know what the word is. She's fucking like saying one thing and then saying another later on in the exact same fucking document. Why do an 1,000-page document if you can't even keep track of what you're fucking saying between pages? Maybe just do like a fucking 1-page document or even a 10-page document. Just cut it down. Even cut it down to fucking 100-page document. But maybe look at it and edit it and keep shit consistent. He said, I should have said negotiate. Wait, I read that part. In Nano and Bao's documents, this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. Why is it? Is it relevant? Red has to be a little snarky bitch here and be like, it's the second of 4 times I said exclusivity. Fuck off. No one cares, bro. Keep coping. Anyway, here's a screenshot. Red goes on to say, what I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Sinder and I agreed to. Except for the part where you specifically excluded people as part of the exclusivity deal by name. That's the whole deal here, bro. Not taking on any new models, yeah, no shit. Existing model, yeah, okay, no shit. This was so Nano would, yeah, okay, yeah, focus on Sinder. Got it, we're not stupid. We don't need to keep, we don't need you to keep reiterating the same facts over and over again. Okay, we never considered including or cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients since many of them were our friends, besides Silver. Why do you talk like this? And I feel like I read this exact passage earlier in the fucking Nano section. Bro, are you copy and pasting between sections? This feels like it's the exact same shit. Same screenshots, same paragraphs from Red, but you copy and pasted it from the fucking Nano section, and then you put it in the Bao section, so I have to read it fucking twice. You are fucking padding this shit. Sinder's always been supportive of anybody who's debuted a model with Nano. Yeah, that exact sentence has been there. I chose to include... I'm not going to read this. This is the same shit I just read in Nano section. Yeah, and I already said this. You have a huge cope paragraph essay thing about how I never meant to exclude anyone, but then in our deal, when I had the opportunity, I decided to name 3 specific people to exclude. Okay, so your cope is that I didn't mean to, but I did it. Alright, bro, well, people are mad that you did it. Not whether or not you meant to. Anyway, what Red described to Nano below is his incorrect theory about... Okay, yeah, this is also old news. We read this already. My message about Cotton was cut out of the document. I'd rather work with Bao. Don't worry, Cinder's mom means... Okay. What I told... Yeah, okay. This is all stuff I've read. I gotta skip this. Jesus Christ. Well, at least I don't have to read as much, I guess. This is all shit they've already said. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping our music video editor. Yeah, we read this already. And it said, oh, we can do a deal. Yeah, we read this already. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bro, why have the 2 sections? Like, at least, if you're gonna repeat yourself, if you're gonna have the same exact text, at least put that in the fucking introduction to say, parts of this document are repeated from other parts of the document. Therefore, if you've already read Nanoless section, you may not need to read Bao's section. This may be interpreted, like, you can put in there, this is intended so that if Bao decides to read this, Bao should read Bao's section. If Nanoless decides to read this, Nano should read Nano's section. Like, you should put this in the introduction rather than just repeat shit for the sake of extending the length of the document. I'm gonna skip this bullshit a little bit, alright? Because I 100% remember this exact same, like, word for word, I remember these passages. Anyway. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects, like we've always done. We'd fully paid for Nano's new model rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me, yeah, okay, yada, yada, yada. Alright, same old, same old. Alright, we got this, we got this. I was confident she wouldn't find out. Yeah, that's also something we read. Okay. January 15, 2025, shortly after the deal was made with Nano, he told me about it. Red messaged artist number 1 about our thoughts on their agreement. When I said there's a few people we compete with, Red says, that we'd rather you withhold your work from, if agreeable. I was thinking the same. Yeah, okay, this is also the same. Jesus Christ. How much do I gotta skip? This is the 3rd or 4th times with 3 different artists that I mentioned exclusivity. No one cares, Red. I had to stop myself. I was going to tell him to unalive, but I had to stop myself because it's just so irritating seeing his passages. Anyway. Yeah, same thing we've already read. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made, so she could work with Silver. Yes, we've seen that in the Nano section. Yes. Red says he doesn't really care about Bao and Cotton, yet he mentioned them specifically by name in the exclusivity deal. I don't really care about them, but hey, don't work with Bao or Cotton. Bitch, it sounds like you care about them. It sounds like you care. It kinda sounds like you care. If you didn't care, why would you mention them specifically by name? Anyway, moving on. Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back the deal she made. Yeah, we saw that. Yep. When Nano had messaged me about the agreement almost a month later, I was under the obsession that this was only about Silver. I was upset, and my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy. Yeah, that's 100% something we read. I'm skipping this. That's 100%. This is identical to what we read in Nano's section. And the last message about, are we gonna again get into the point where she gets her manager in, and then the manager actually fucking talks like a professional, like the only person in this entire fucking document who talks like an HR professional and has business professionalism is going to be the manager that you seem to think is an awful person. Like, are we going to... I feel like, alright, if this leads to that, then I 100% have already read all of this. Let's see. I didn't want to talk about outside of group friends. Message first. She was, alright, let's see. You don't have to be sorry at all. Okay. Wait, who is this about? Hold on. Being a bad friend, compromising with Red and boss rush role. After our argument in December, Red and I didn't talk again, or about Bao again, until sometime after my Heavenhound debut. He pressured me to not interact with her professionally anymore. I wasn't going to agree to that, but I didn't want this to cause any problems between us at home. Bao was a friend that lived across the country, and I only saw her a few months, and I already didn't do things often with her. I lived with Red. So I chose to do just enough to keep the peace, finding a middle ground between us. I didn't plan anything with Bao one-on-one, which we already rarely did. I didn't raid her at times I was able to. and I didn't retweet artwork of us together on my not safe for work Twitter account. That's so weird to me. I didn't retweet porn of our characters together. Damn, I'm a bad friend. That's that's kind of weird, but Red didn't want to include Bao in anything Boss Rush related either, including collabs. It was wrong of me to push my feelings about Cinder's friend onto her. And expect her to essentially cut her off. Initially, in December, I didn't want Sinder, the brand, to interact with Bao at all. And I didn't want Bao to be included in anything Boss Rush related either, because I thought their music video was the motivation to make Saccharomore go exclusive. I took what I thought happened as Bao acting against all three of the girls, not just Sinder. After my deal with Nano, I considered us even. And by the time Nano walked her deal back, I didn't care if we found out Bao's model was still canceled. I wasn't angry at Bao anymore, I just soured on her. I used that. Yeah, that's something I read. It's like I'm reading this and like it takes me a bit, but I'm like, yep, actually I read this exact passage. Yep, I read all this. Alright, I'm skipping this Boss Rush stuff. Although this part seems kind of new. Alright, so when we were looking for a fourth person for our Boss Rush collabs this year, Red would suggest Yuzu, because I haven't seen the name Yuzu pop up yet. Let's see. Where is this? Because of this, Red and I felt Yuzu was left out. He had the idea early on what we'd like to eventually bring Yuzu into Boss Rush. I assume Yuzu is another VTuber. So she would be included in something too. This idea came before he had ever had anything against Bao. These are all Red's messages in our Boss Rush group chat where he talked about the idea of Yuzu and a song we'd make with her. The first two messages are cropped because they're part of a long string of DMs that aren't relevant. How do we know they're not relevant? We cut out some of the dialogue because we've deemed it not relevant. Bitch, how do we... You've made 1,000 pages and you've given us so many unnecessary dialogue and you're going to say, oh, this isn't relevant? Okay, because you've already proven yourself not capable of understanding what is and isn't relevant. But I'm going to have to trust you know what's relevant here. Anyway. I'm not going to read those DMs. They're straightforward. They look like they do exactly what they're describing. Nothing really hidden here. So when we were looking on bringing a fourth person for our Boss Rush collabs this year, Red would suggest Yuzu. Her being involved alongside Boss Rush would have led up to her being introduced in a new song. It'd be a hint to the fans in the same way the frequent collabs between Tricky, Vienna, and I throughout the last year were intended to be before Boss Rush debuted. But when I was cancelled, we still hadn't talked to Yuzu about joining Boss Rush or doing a song with us. There was only one collab between us four, specifically in January. But I did end up playing through Split Fiction with Yuzu in March too. Why is this relevant? Why are you bringing up Yuzu? What is this fucking paragraphs and paragraphs about Yuzu? Why are you saying this? Is it like, because I'm looking through all this, yada 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 yada, and then it ends with Bao felt isolated. Are you giving me fucking paragraphs of text to just tell me Bao felt isolated from Boss Rush? Bitch, I'm skipping that. My friends, well, I'll just look at, here's Bao's tweet on the matter. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. So, she's losing it, but it sounds like a little bit of cope, but either way, clearly she's feeling, yeah, isolated. Okay, Bao felt isolated is, yeah, what I would gather from that tweet. She feels like her friends are busy doing stuff without her, and she's telling herself, you guys don't hate her. Which, I mean, it could be, you know, obviously you can play it up for fun. You can play that kind of stuff up for your fans. You play it up as, like, kind of funny drama, but maybe, obviously, it seems to be indicating there's a little bit more real shit happening here. I don't know. You seem to agree, Sinder, that you legitimately isolated her, and you feel bad because Bao's your friend. Anyway. And Bao also put a tweet saying, feeling alone in a crowded room sucks so bad. Yeah. And then Sinder goes on to say, we still did things together as a big group, even though I chose to turn down the group song. And Numi never seemed to have a problem with the few of us doing things separately. But I understand how Bao must have felt. I wasn't including Bao in any of my own things, and when our friends had free time, it went towards our plans together without her. Numi said Bao confided in her about me, and the way she thought I felt about her. But never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. I mean, did she have to? Could you not use your fucking brain and see it's pretty fucking fairly obvious how she feels? Like, she didn't talk to me in private, but bruh, she's outposting that shit in public. She's blasting that shit on her main channel on Twitter saying, I feel left out. And you're like, I didn't know how she felt. I guess now, in hindsight, I could see she felt left out. You fucking idiot. Anyway. I was neglectful about and my friendship with her, and ignorant of how things I did and did without her were making her feel. You were ignorant of it? Do you just not read your friends' Twitters? I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he... I think you were aware. Here's the thing. I think you're aware, but your boyfriend/manager, who believed Bao was out to get you guys, said, don't communicate with her. Don't do collabs with her. So you didn't do that. So you didn't do those things. You were probably aware how it made her feel. You probably saw the public posts. They weren't exactly hidden. But you're gonna pretend you were just ignorant of those facts. You're just gonna pretend you didn't know. I mean, that's pretty stupid. It's pretty... Either way, yeah, you did something stupid. Whatever. Anyway. Now we're really close. Now we're cutting really close. This is the end of Bao's section. But we're like right before... Or actually, this is the day of Nano releasing their document. This is now when Bao also releases her document. So Nano releases on April 26, 2025. She releases her document saying, hey, shit's happening with fucking Sinder and Red. It's awful. And Bao releases a document the same day, basically fucking backing her up. So it says April 26, 2025. Bao posted her document just 6 minutes after Nano posted hers. Just 6 minutes. That would imply they were both ready. They both probably coordinated then. Yeah, that in fact does sound very coordinated. Anyway, she had already removed Red and I as friends on Discord and blocked us both on Twitter. Alright, well. I mean, from the sound of it, this was a long time coming. It's not like these people, like, it's not like you weren't aware you were avoiding Bao. It's not like you weren't aware that your actions had, whether you want to admit directly or indirectly, caused her to have a cancellation of 2 different models that she commissioned from Nano. You must have been fucking aware of that, at the very least, whether you want to admit directly or indirectly. It's like, you can't pretend to be surprised when your artist and Bao come out and say, hey, yeah, Sinder's an awful person. Like, you had to have known, at least had an inkling of a feeling. Either way. Let's see. So, they released a document. Bao posted, I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend. So, your response. So, on December 27th... Oh, wait, why are we going back in time? You have your document of Bao end with 4/26, 2025. Bao releases her document. Going back to December of the previous year, though, this is a message I sent to her. I sent to a close friend about her. I said, I love when friends have healthy communication. Ugh, it feels so good. Heart eyes. So, you're fucking retarded, I guess. Because, like, the implication being, you think you had good, healthy communication between friends. And several of your friends, in your eyes, backstabbed you and released documents. And also, many of your friends didn't support you right after that happened. So it sounds like maybe... I don't know. Were they really your friends? Is kind of the question, right? Maybe you were a bad friend to all of them, and you just thought you were doing swell. I don't know. But it must say something, right? You must get something out of that. Couldn't open up... Wait, so it says, ironically, I didn't have healthy... Yeah, no shit. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them about difficult subjects. I never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on. In the next section, I go over how my lack of communication hurt Numi too. Alright, well that's the end of the Bao section. So... Next section is V-Card and Numi's concert, which I don't know who the fuck Numi is. They mentioned a name briefly. I don't know if... I assume Numi's another VTuber. They're not a significant part of this document, but there is something called Numi's concert, which sounds like a significant event in the timeline here, I guess. And then there's V-Card, which I don't know what V-Card is, but we'll find out. Alright, so here we are once again. Now we're covering, though, the V-Card and Numi's concert section, which shouldn't be too long. It's one of the shorter sections. But anyway, I don't know what V-Card is. I don't know what Numi is. I assume Numi's one of the VTubers involved, vaguely. But let's see. I'll read and find out. So, starts off with Sinder saying, I messed up and it hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in New York City in February, but I let her down and canceled my performance. Then when V-Card's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose not to even be there for her, so I could be representing my company and streaming with Shylily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. I mean, unfortunately, I don't know why you chose the same day, the very same day. You could easily pick a different day, but if you have your own company launch date on the same day that one of your friends is doing something, it should be understandable that you choose your company, your own company's launch date over your friend's performance. That's unfortunate, but it also, you shouldn't plan things on the same day. Just don't do that. It makes it seem like you might have done that on purpose. But anyway. Although I didn't make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for her own concerts, Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I wasn't doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner than a friend. I mean, you guys technically should be more business partners than friend, really, but you guys met through what? The VTuber world, right? The sphere. So you are technically more business partner than you are friend, but okay. Numi has always been an incredible friend, and I was lucky to have her care about me. She always motivated and inspired me, especially when it came to music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her, again, for this whole situation I caused. I didn't bring any of this up before because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought this was settled at the end of January, privately between Numi and I. Apparently, I was expected to talk about it. When I didn't, it was used against me. Really? How? The situation was vaguely described to push the idea of my manipulation, avoidance of accountability, and sabotage of my friends. I guess this would fit into the sabotage of friends. But none of this is true to what actually happened. It was caused by my own miscommunication, fears, and anxieties, and misplaced priorities. So I want to go through the entire series of events. I like how it's like, well, this top summary is enough. Really, you don't need this whole thing. Top summary, 3 paragraphs. Honestly, you've already said too much. But instead, we got 14 more pages to go. It could have just closed off with, "Hey, my bad. I caused the situation due to my miscommunication, fears, anxiety, and misplaced priorities." But then it says, "So I want to go through the entire series of events, my thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to V-Card's launch, my collab with Shylily, and Numi's concert in New York City." I.e., I want to spend a long fucking time making a lot of pages about a whole lot of fucking nothing to reiterate something I've already summarized in this introduction. Alright, great for both of us. Alright, so it starts off with September 1st, 2024. While messaging Red, Numi brought up her concert for the first time to either of us. He asked him to ask me if I'd want to perform or go to her New York City show, and Red told her to message me herself since she was my friend. We don't remember if Red ever asked me about this at the time because Numi said she would later on. There was never a message to Numi from Red or I getting back to her about this question. And so we have a screenshot here of the DMs between Numi and Red, it looks like. And it says, I guess they highlighted the section here that says, "But you should send her a message too." Okay, Red telling her, "Hey, DM." It's very weird to me. It's like Red acts as her boyfriend/manager, but then he's like, "Why don't you just DM her directly?" He's like, "Bro, you're the manager though. You're the manager though. One would expect I have to go through you for certain things, right?" So when you got these multiple people going to Red and being like, "Hey, I want to do this with Sinder," just message her yourself, bro. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Why is it some of the things you're like, go to Sinder, but then it's like when it's the fucking specifically the artist that you're accused of manipulating, you're like, no, she only goes through me. No, I got her, I'm DMs with her, I got her. That's a little weird, no? Anyway. Numi says, I'll ask when it's all a little more set in stone. So we move on to November 25th to the 26th. Numi messaged me and invited me to her New York City concert. I remember her bringing it up to me in person somewhere before this, but I don't remember where, when, or what was said. Okay, so that's what that screenshot shows. Fine. On the 26th of December, Numi messaged Red about my performance in her show, saying I agreed to do it. She told him the set list was already done too. Red was adamant about us being at Numi's concert there from the start. And then who fucked things up? You, obviously, right? This was the first message from Numi to either of us about any kind of planning for a concert just over a month before it. Are you phrasing this as if it's Numi's fault, bro? You're like, this is the first message she sent to us about any kind of planning just a month before it. That sounds like you're kind of pushing a little bit of blame on her. Earlier in the introduction, you seem to phrase it as if it was your own miscommunication, your own bad judgment and planning and prioritization. But now, with the way you're phrasing this, it seems like you're shoving a little bit of accountability on someone else rather than yourself. Anyway. Sinder goes on to say, when Red asked me about this, I was confused. I didn't remember telling Numi I'd sing alongside her at one of her shows, especially with how I felt about singing. Numi didn't mention performing when she brought up the concert to me on November 26th, a month before messaging Red. I couldn't find any messages between us or any clips from our recent collabs, talking about it. I remembered talking about her concerts with her in person at some point, and I guess I must have agreed to it in one of our trips together. Okay, so again, there's a lot of stuff in here there's a lot of stuff that's not included in these. Ironically, this being 1,000 pages, there's still stuff not included because much of the dialogue happened in verbal discussions, and none of that's included. So it's entirely possible that it was very obvious. Numi told Sinder in a verbal, dialogue, but she's like, I don't remember, therefore it didn't happen. Anyway, she says, let's see. She says, I must have agreed to it on one of our trips together. Instead of trying to talk to Numi about the confusion and causing problems, I just accepted it. Because whether I remembered saying it or not, she had the impression I would perform. I really shouldn't have stayed quiet, but I didn't want to let Numi down. I told her this, and by the time I finally spoke to her about it, or about how I felt, how could I have? What? Hold on. I never told her this, and by the time I finally spoke to her about how I felt, how could I have? What, told her about this? The fuck are you trying to say? Anyway, Numi never messaged me directly about the concert, which is why I left all the communication about these plans over the next month up to Red when it shouldn't have been. Alright. Moving on to December 26, 2024 to the 27th. This is when I first brought up the idea of V-Card collab with Shylily. I wanted to become closer friends with her in V-Card. Was something I think we both were really excited about. My Gamer Subs part owner announcement was coming soon, and I felt that doing something together for the launch of their new game, would be a great idea for the brand. V-Card was supposed to release on December 17, 2025. So is V-Card a video game? What the fuck is it? Let me look that up real quick since I'm clearly out of the loop here. Hold on. V-Card. It's a trading card game featuring VTubers and content creators. Okay. Alright. It is kind of like a game launch in a sense. Granted, it's a card game, but anyway. Okay. So that would have been released in January 17, 2025 was the intended release date. To go into January 6th, Red messaged Numi about the hotel so we could start planning our trip to her concert. It's really weird to me. It's like, you guys are VTubers, you know that, right? You're VTubers, but they're like, we need to do an IRL concert. I need to attend IRL. I need to be there in person so I can sing on stage. It's like, you are a fucking VTuber, though. Why do you need to be there? Why do you need to have an IRL performance? You're kind of missing the entire fucking point of being a VTuber. Anyway. I asked, so this is on this January 7th to the 9th. I asked Shylily about the V-Card collab again to make actual plans since the release was under 2 weeks away on the 17th. I suggested the day after release on Saturday, which would have been the 18th. Shylily replied the next day, and at the same time, V-Card's release date was delayed to the 31st. All I was thinking was that the collab was moved to 2 weeks later than planned, at the end of the month. Then we talked about doing other things together. What's the issue? Was it delayed to a date that coincided with the fucking concert, Numi's concert? Did they even list a date for the NYC concert? I don't see that. Oh, okay, right here. It says, by the way, the NY concert will be on the February 1st, if you'd still like to come. So, alright, V-Cards got pushed to the end of January, the 31st, and then the very next day was going to be the NYC concert. So, yeah, that is kind of tricky. That's some tricky timing there. Okay, so where's our place? Okay, so the hotel, yada yada yada. And then we talked about doing things together 2 weeks later, planned at the end of the month. Okay, sure. Now we're on January 10th, 2025. Red finally got back to Numi about her question about my performance and told her about some of the struggles we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks. However, Red only said it was about performing on stage when it was specifically about singing with a live mic. I should have gone to Numi to talk to her myself. I didn't want to bail on my friend, but my anxieties about performing live were stressing me out despite trying to psych myself up. I was indecisive and couldn't make a decision on what to do. Numi told him that we shouldn't feel obligated to go on either of her concerts, including the one I was supposed to perform at. Yeah, you could just say, hey, I don't think I can perform live, I'm sorry. Simple as fuck. Just do that. Give her some pre-warning at least, like be like in advance a few months if you think you can't do it. But why? Yeah, you don't fucking change shit last second. Numi says on the 10th, says, I never announced the guest just in case. I wouldn't want to pressure her or anything. With that, to be honest, it'd only be if she's 100% comfy. Which sounds like Numi. This is on January 10th. The concert's supposed to be on February 1st. There's a couple of weeks, you know, she says, hey, you can still back out if you want to. You still have a chance to back out if you're not 100% comfy with the idea. You guys, and she goes on to say, you guys don't have to feel obligated to go either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels. Literally, I don't give a fuck. If y'all don't want to go, you don't have to like it. Really, it isn't big a deal. She puts in all caps. Alright. Later that same night, I was talking to Numi about matching shirts she was making for us. I suggested we could wear them together when I saw her in NYC because I was still planning to be there, but I hadn't decided if I was going to be able to perform or not. I didn't say anything about my performance in her show, and she didn't ask about what Red said to her earlier that day. So you were, yeah, again, I mean, this sounds like miscommunication on your part, yeah. So you didn't intend to perform, you still intended to go, but you hadn't told her yet. Even though they were saying, hey, I don't give a fuck if you don't want to do it, but fucking tell me, essentially. Like, hey, you can back out. We haven't announced the guests yet, but I kind of need some foreknowledge of some sort. So the 13th of January, 2025, a few days later, I chose not to perform in the show. Red told Numi, but he didn't go into detail about it and just said it was about the live mic. This was 19 days before the concert, nearly 3 weeks before the show. Okay, so you did give some advance forewarning, sure. And Numi says, no worries. This is why I chose not to perform. I was too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live mic. This was the biggest reason I made the decision not to do the show. The only time I did something similar was at WeebCon 2023. I performed on stage in full cosplay while pre-recorded audio of me singing played over the speakers. I almost pulled out of that show about a week before the con because I thought I'd have to sing live. My one-track mind told me this concert had to be sung live, especially if I was supposed to be singing alongside Numi, and I didn't consider any other options or workaround. I have never been confident in my singing abilities, and I've been saying it for years. Every time I recorded a song, I do dozens of different takes for each verse, then I'd have Red listen to them all, pick out the ones that he thought were best. It was only after I heard my vocals mixed into a song did I think it sounded alright. Although I've done karaoke many times with my friends, this was a completely different scenario. I was deathly okay. No one gives a shit, really, bro. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared of singing. Yeah. Okay. Great. Cool paragraph, bro. Anyway, here's a conversation with another friend that almost canceling my performance in WeebCon's concert. Why? Who cares? I don't disbelieve you when you're saying you're a fraidy little pussy who can't fucking sing live. Got it. I don't doubt that. I don't need proof of DMs of you saying I almost backed out of WeebCon. I believe you. Alright. I didn't really want to make it form. Alright, I'm skipping over this because it's like, what part of this is not supposed to believe? What, am I supposed to not believe that you didn't want to sing live? Am I so? Is that? Do I need proof that you're like, I'm scared to sing on stage? No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't need proof of that. Anyway. I kept putting off the decision, I kept putting off making a decision. Because of my anxiety of performing versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and messaged her myself to talk about it instead of Red, and she never messaged me to ask about the decision either. Oh, again, I like that this duplicitous, like, speaking where, like, I shouldn't have done this, but she shouldn't also have done this. It's like, can you fucking have an apology fucking document where you actually stop blaming others? Like, how about you just say, I did this wrong, and I'm sorry. Instead it's like, I did this wrong, but she shouldn't have done this. But then, yeah, I also did this, but she shouldn't also have done this. It's like, you're sending mixed signals. You're kind of obfuscating your own apology. Anyway. Maybe we would have been able to make something work for me instead of letting my fears get the better of me. Red and I were still going to the concert, even if I wasn't performing. Bao would end up filling in my spot in the show at the last minute, being a much better friend than I was. GamerSup's V-Card, my collab with Shylily had nothing to do with my decision to not perform, only about not going to the show later. Okay, so what's the fucking difference? So you decided ultimately, you kept saying you would be there anyway. You're like, I'm not going to perform, but I'll be there. And now it's like, okay, well, I didn't go, but that had nothing to do with the previous stuff. It's like, okay, how about we talk about you not going then? How about we talk about what actually happened then? Which was you not going because of your bad planning, I guess. In absolutely no way was I trying to sabotage Numi and her concert. Sure, but you obviously fucked her over a little bit, no? You fucked her over a little bit. You weren't, maybe you didn't intend to fuck her over, but you kind of fucked her over a little bit. December 16th, 2025. Finally made my part owner announcement on Twitter. Most of my focus since the new year was on making this announcement. I started with GamerSupps in December of 2022, and I was offered the position in November of 2024. This was a huge milestone and accomplishment for me. I was extremely proud to be representing them, and was honored to be given the role. But this title, I now felt like I had more. With this title, I now felt like I had more responsibility. I felt pressured by no one other than myself to prove to GamerSupps that they made the right choice by giving me this position. And the only example of another VTuber part owner was Shylily. She has been the GamerSupps VTuber. I wanted to live up to what she's been in my eyes, in the eyes of the company and the VTuber community. She spearheaded V-Card, represented them at the VTuber Awards, and she's synonymous with their brand. V-Card was the company's first massive drop, their first massive drop of the year, and planned to launch right after my announcement before the game was delayed. I saw it as the perfect opportunity for me to really step up as new part owner. It was obviously money to be made, but I was focused on making the most of the launch weekend to show my passion and dedication for the company and their new project. Sure. I wasn't interested in money, I was interested in the passion. Okay. I wanted to be there advertising a new game representing GamerSupps as best I could. I thought the collab with Shylily would be the great way to do that. Together, the two VTuber part owners side by side, while sharing something we both were excited about, which is why I reached out to her about it in December. Alright. Cool. In December 22nd, 2025, in her song production server, Numi told us her shows will affect her schedule around the song she was making for me. Yeah, naturally. The conversation following this message was the last one in this chat before the concert. Below, Red talked about the release date for the song, but we pushed it back to my birthday sometime after this. Well, can you give us the date? Not everyone in this fucking document knows your fucking birthday. We pushed it back to your birthday, and that date might be... What date? Alright. January 26th. 4 days later, I checked in with Shylily about our V-Card collab, so we can plan a time. I first asked to plan it the day after release on Saturday, just like the original plan was. I asked Shylily about 3 p.m. Eastern, but we settled on 1 p.m. Eastern. And I said we can go for however long you want. Sure. The next day, I told Red the time of the collab to put in my schedule, but he told me that was the night of Numi's concert. What, really? The 27th, 28th, okay. The day after release. Oh yeah, because V-Card releases on the 31st, and they want to collab February 1st, but obviously the concert is February 1st. Okay. All I've been thinking about was V-Card's launch at the end of the week, and I completely forgot about her show when I was messaging Shylily. The release was delayed by 2 weeks, and I made a mistake. I felt obligated to be around for Gamer Subs, and I didn't want to cancel on Numi or Shylily. The Red scrambled to figure out how we were going to make this work. However, there wasn't a train to NYC that left late enough to stream and to get to the concert in time. Red told me that he'd support whatever I decided, and ultimately I chose my career over my friend's important event. I messaged Numi to tell her that we wouldn't be coming because of V-Card and the responsibility I felt to be around for it. The way I saw it, it would have been like I was calling out for work during an important or busy weekend right after a big promotion to go to a friend's weekend birthday trip. I've always taken my job seriously, even before streaming. After becoming a part owner, I took that title seriously and put expectations on myself that not even the company did. I feel like you could have just said, hey, we're going to delay our collab by a day. You can say, actually, Shylily, let's delay our collab by 1 day. Is that cool? You could have easily done that. Oh, okay, that's what you say here. Is the collab with Shylily could have been rescheduled. Yeah, no shit. There was no obligation for either of us to do it that day or any other time, or to do a collab together at all. You fucking idiot, yeah. It was my idea and Shylily agreed to it. The only thing stopped me from rescheduling with her was the importance I put on being present for V-Card's launch weekend, and the pressure I put on myself in my new position. The collab itself wasn't the main reason I made my choice, and it's not as if I didn't want to go to the concert. Red telling me Numi said it was okay if we didn't go was also a factor in my decision. Well, you're blaming Red for this? He said it was okay. Basically, Red said, I'll respect whatever you decide. And you're like, that was part of the reason I decided not to go. Bitch, what the fuck are you trying to say? He said he'd support me either way, therefore he's part of the reason I chose not to go. Fuck you. I come to find out that this was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no shit. If a friend says, I got a really big event, you can be, I want you on the show. And you're like, well, I can't make the show, I'm too embarrassed. Okay, but at least you'll be there, right? And you're like, yeah. And then you're not there, and you're like, well, she said it's okay. Like, okay, yeah, but her feelings are probably still hurt. She probably still wanted to hang out with you at the very least at her big event. You know, like, yeah, she might say it's alright, but she probably still kind of hurts about it, you know? It's, like, still upsetting. My brain goblins told me... Ew, fuck you. My brain goblins told me Numi would have lots of other friends there cheering her on, and that my presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either. On the 28th, before I heard from Numi, Red was able to find a train at a different time, or at a different station, that could get us to the show in time and still do the collab with Shylily if it was rescheduled a little earlier. I messaged Numi to tell her we might actually be there, and Red messaged her later that night when we had a plan. We just needed to hear from her. Why do you need to hear from her? Just go. What the fuck do you mean? This is, again, you're like shoving the blame. You shoved the blame on the Red, saying like, well, he said he'd support me either way. Now you're shoving the blame on Shylily by saying like, well, we figured out we could actually show up, but we needed her to say it was cool. It's like, why do you need... She already wants you to be there. Why do you need her to say it was cool? What? He told her I was feeling guilty about my decision not to go in the first place. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, no shit, you'd probably feel guilty about that. So are you saying because she didn't respond to you, you didn't go? Like what? So on the 28th, I asked Shylily if we could start our collab an hour earlier to have more time to stream together before I had to leave to make the train. I didn't tell Shylily about the concert, I just wanted everything to work out. Shylily says, that works, in all caps. Hyper Neko. It's the 29th. I was up super late that night. I felt so stressed and guilty about my choices around Numi and our concert, how disconnected I felt from a lot of friends lately. Red and I were always so focused on work, I never felt that I could take time off, even for the smallest things. I let down one of my best friends, then I pulled out of her show, and even though I was still going now, I basically told her that I'd choose my job over being there for her. I'm not the type of person to make my feelings like this public very often, but I did. Okay. So she had a Twitter post where she said, I feel like I've been a letdown to a lot of my friends lately. This year, I really want to do more with them and reach out to more people. Things have been so crazy in my life, but I'm trying my best. So, I guess later the next day, potentially, Numi responded to me, told me how she felt, and I apologized to her. I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxieties, self-esteem, insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk out things sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her better. It's just whether you will go or not. Fucking what? Why do you gotta complicate this? It's literally, should I stay or should I go? The song. It's literally just fucking that. And you're over here like, I don't know. It's complicated. I got anxieties, I got feelings, I got self-esteem, I got insecurities. I want to talk to her when I have a heart to heart. It's like, are you going or fucking not? Are you gonna go support your friend or what? That's it. It's that simple. It's really that simple. You don't, and there's like fucking I'm not reading all these paragraphs. These are the DMs between Sinder and Numi, and there's paragraphs and paragraphs going back and forth. I'll skip ahead real quick, or skip into the paragraphs. It looks like Numi says, What did disappoint me though was when I asked you about the concert months ago, and you said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear that comes with performing and going out of your comfort zone as well. So I completely felt your reasoning and would never want to put you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was I had to hear it from Red and not from you about all your feelings or all your thoughts while you were texting me about being excited for the concert and off collabs. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're a bitch. I didn't tell her about my collab with Shylily until now because that wasn't the main reason behind the decision I made. I feel like it's a big part of it though. It's kind of a big part of it. You can pretend like the fact that you had a big collab that you set up for some reason on the same day wasn't a part of it, but it seems like it was a rather big part of it, whether you admit it or not. I was always coming to her concert. I didn't want her to get the impression I was choosing Shylily over her. I told Numi my part ownership announcement didn't make the splash I thought it would. This was such a massive accomplishment to me, and it felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care. I mean, I wouldn't care. I don't know. It's like you were basically like sponsored by a company, and then suddenly you're part owner now. Like, okay, cool. Good for you. Good for you. Clap for you. But like, okay, who cares? Like, I guess, yeah, your friends would be like, yo, congrats. And that's about it. What kind of splash are you expecting? This made me put more pressure on myself to take the upcoming opportunity of VCard's launch weekend, do my best to prove to the company that I deserved part ownership in the first place, leading to my decision not to go to Numi's concert. Alright. When I told Numi about it in my message, I said, for full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after VCard's launch, which would have been the 18th, but because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible, so as to be able to make the late train to NYC. I thought I was clear by what I said, that I was the one who made the plans, not Shylily, so when I said I didn't really know how to tell her no, I wasn't blaming Shylily for the collab I planned, but I understand how it could be read that way. Yeah, because it kind of sounds like you're offloading blame to Shylily, yeah. I didn't know how to tell her no. Well, you're the one who planned it from the start. Shylily was saying yes to you. You kind of started the collab plan, so you can change it. You can say, actually, I'm canceling the collab plan altogether. That was fully within your power, and Shylily would have been like, alright, well, you planned it, so yeah, okay, if you want to cancel, that's fine. I was not okay when I wrote my message. Are you okay now? What I meant was I didn't really know how to tell her no, the collab isn't happening anymore. Exactly like that, use those exact words. No, the collab isn't happening anymore. Or I didn't really know how to cancel on her. Hey Shylily, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to cancel. It's that fucking simple. My intention was not to somehow avoid blame and pin everything on Shylily to save my ass. Well, that's... If it's not, it seems an awful lot like that's exactly what you fucking did. As she put it. Who put it? Did Shylily say you blamed Shylily on this? Because, yeah, that kind of sounds like you did. I mean, we have a section coming up. The next section is Shylily's section. So, we'll see, but... It kind of does sound like you blamed your non-attendance and your cancellation on the fact that you have a Shylily collab and that you don't know how to say no to Shylily, even though you were the one who planned the collab. Anyway, as if she was the entire reason I made the choices I did, when the rest of my message shows I accepted fault for my mistakes. Just, alright. It's like, my earlier message shows I accepted my mistakes, my fault. Well, then accept fault here too, then. Why do you gotta be like, well, earlier I said it was a problem. Earlier I said I did something bad. Well, say it now then, too. You have 1,000 pages, just say it now. It's not like you're saving space. It's not like you're concerned with being concise. Saying I felt pressure to live up to what Shylily is for gamer subs was not me blaming Shylily either. I was explaining to myself the bar Shylily set is what I wanted to reach for the company and community now that I had the same part ownership position. I put this pressure on myself and it's what led to me making the mistake of choosing business over a friend. I felt so bad I was willing to try getting on stage with Numi for at least one song and to reschedule my collab with Shylily to be there sooner for her. I was willing to do anything to make this right. I never said the collab was something I couldn't miss. Well then cancel it, you fucking idiot. Despite what I did, Numi accepted my apology. It took almost 2 hours to say anything else because I broke down. All the stress I've been under and the guilt of what I've done hit me after reading Numi's message. This whole situation was a wake-up call for me about how I've always bottled everything up and what my priorities should be, and that I couldn't let something like this happen again. Now I was anxious about seeing Numi, knowing that I hurt her. And I didn't want to bring the mood down if she felt weird about seeing me in a few days. I was overthinking and everything. This was not a way for me to manipulate my way out of the situation. I messaged her again when I collected myself a few hours later to figure out our plans. I don't know. I mean, I'm reading this. I don't know if she showed up or not. It's sounding like she didn't. It's sounding like after all this, she still doesn't show up. But I guess we'll see. If that's the case, yeah, fuck you, Sinder. Come on now. Come on now. You went in this whole like huge paragraphs fucking back and forth with Numi in the DMs where you're like, yeah, no, I'll still be there though. And then you still didn't show up. If that's the case, we'll see. Anyway. February 1st, the night of the concert, the night of the NYC concert, the night of the collab with Shylily. Alright. This is the conversation Shylily and I had the day of our collab and the concert. The first message was from me about a mistake that I explained in Shylily's section of the document. Alright, so again, we're going to kind of cover the same topic in the next part. After our collab, I told her I was going to Numi's concert for the first and only time. Cool. I don't see, you know, honestly, I don't see why she'd give a shit, why it would even matter. It's like, hey, why would Shylily care what you're doing after you're done with the collab? Shylily is concerned with, oh, I have a collab with you? Okay, I'll make myself available from this time to this time and we'll do something together. Cool. But then you're like, oh, this is the first time I ever told her that after that I have plans. Who cares? Why is that? You act like that's a big deal. Who cares that you didn't tell you have plans after your collab? But alright, whatever. So Red and I made it to the concert in time, and I was a part of the off-collab Numi did in the hotel room the following day. Numi and I wore matching shirts together, and we spent the rest of the weekend there with friends. Okay, that sounds good. I was already planning to be at Numi's next concert in the US, if not both of them. I wasn't going to let Numi down again. These two shows happened at the end of July. I wasn't there. Wait, what? Hold on. I was already planning to be at Numi's next concert in the US, if not both of them. I wasn't going to let her down again. They happened at the end of July. I wasn't there. For obvious reasons. You let her down again then, right? But I guess, okay, the obvious reasons are going to be because she was canceled. She's meaning the obvious reasons being these next concerts happened after all the big drama where all the original, like, the three, like, it was like Nano's document came out about her. Then Bao's document came out about her. Then, who else? Was it Sacramore's? Did Sacramore have a document? Like, all these, at least 3 different documents came out about Sinder and Red. And then the next day, she releases her own document called My Apology, where she goes over and apologizes for everything and says she's going on an indefinite hiatus. So, like, I guess that would be the obvious reason for why she didn't show up to the concert with Shylily. But, I mean, you can still show up to support a friend even if you're on hiatus. I don't know. Unless, like, maybe Numi was mad at her from the revelations that came from these documents. I don't know. So, that's the end of the V-Card and Numi section. So, the next section is Shylily. So, Shylily says in her Twitter post, following all the documents originally releasing, and then Sinder releasing her document apology, admitting to doing bad stuff. Somewhat. This is Shylily's response on Twitter. She says, the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin, makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. That's quite the run-on sentence. But I have experienced your own actions without Red, in a situation where in your own screenshotted words, you express a quote-unquote pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them instead of blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's, quote-unquote, it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability. And all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career, and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. Fucking wrecked. Damn. That is pretty, I mean, you know, grammatical mistakes aside, that is a pretty devastating fucking blow to Sinder, I would say. I'd never seen that until now, but that's a pretty devastating blow to Sinder. So obviously I can see why Shylily has her own section here. Granted, it's a short 15-page. It's funny how 15 pages is short, but in this context. But Shylily has a section here. It's 15 pages. It's a short in the grand scheme of things. But, yeah. Because I read the apology. Your apology was basically, your original apology document was basically, Red did everything bad. I'm sorry I let Red do everything for me. I'm leaving Red. He's no longer a manager. Or at least it was like, it was left up in the air if you're leaving him. But it was like, for sure he's no longer a manager. So it's like, he did everything, he's gone now. You didn't really have any accountability yourself, so she's right to call you out for this. Anyway, so that's Shylily's reaction to your document way back in April. So your response to this is, or at least your introduction to this section is, Shylily was a friend, but I've never been close with her. I've wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She's someone I've always looked up to. I saw her as a role model, and as of this year, a potential business partner. I wanted to live up to who she's been for the VTuber community, and GamerSupps now that I held the same title. She was the only example of a VTuber in that position before me, and set the bar for what GamerSupps part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her, or envious of what she had. I think you were. And I didn't see her as my competition at any point. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. You're like, me and Red, we work like as business, you know, we have the business mindset. We were looking at Bao, we were looking at Silver, we were looking at them, my friends. We were unfortunately looking at them as competition. But this specifically Shylily, who I looked up to, who I got the same exact title to at a company, and I wanted to live up to that, I didn't see her as competition at all. Fuck off. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Come on now. Since October 2024, Shylily and I had been messaging back and forth every now and then in our DMs, leading up to our interactions before and during our V-Card collab you saw in the previous section. From the second half of March, she stopped replying to my messages. You know, it's kind of funny though. Now, I'm not one, you know, okay, I use a VTuber avatar, but I don't watch these VTubers. But it's kind of funny to know, like, with this kind of shit, it's like, okay, if I were to watch that collab video, if I was to watch the Shylily and, if I was to watch the Shylily, the Sinder collab video, it's kind of funny to know that these girls have, like, they're, like, so, like, they're putting on, like, a cutesy performance where they're friends, but behind the scenes, they're fucking seething at one another. They have, like, all this petty drama where they're all fucking snippy and catty with one another, almost like they want each other's heads. But then in front of everyone, they're like, hi, we're the bestest friends, let's hang out. It's like, there is this kind of funny juxtaposition of this, like, situation that I never considered until now. Which I guess in the grand scheme of things, in hindsight, should have been obvious, but it just never occurred to me until this moment. But anyway, so going on, it's moving on. It's let's see. It's not odd to get busy and miss messages, and I was guilty of that all the time to too many people. But it was out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I was canceled. This was alongside her seemingly dodging collabs we were both a part of and off-putting reactions to me rating her. Her off-putting reactions to me rating her. Okay. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such a high regard. Shylily didn't have her own document about me and didn't say anything until after I did. But she was the first one Nano contacted about any of this and was involved the entire way through. Shylily pulled everyone together to organize, plan, write, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation. And her lie-filled reply to my apology was the final nail in my coffin. Do you have proof that she planned all this and coordinated all this? Her actions show how she clearly had something against me before Nano ever said anything to her. She couldn't take accountability and admit to it until I was already in the ground. Shylily said she wanted her own section, so here it is. Did she say that? Oh, with the YouTube clip.
Fuck an apology. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I am petty. I didn't even get a section for myself.
Yeah.
I am going to be super petty.
Yo, I like
not even a section for myself.
her avatar flows so nicely.
For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other GamerSupps owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro.
That's funny though.
Come on.
Yeah, she did kind of. She said, "Hey, I don't even have a section in your apology. Come on now, come on, bro." Yeah, that's fair enough. So here it is. I'll show and explain everything I was experiencing with Shylily for a couple months leading up to what happened, since it's relevant to understand what Red told Nano in their messages. I won't be repeating things that included Shylily in previous section about VCard. Oh, lovely. Suddenly you're not going to include things you've already talked about in previous sections? I'm glad you finally figured that out. Great. I'm not so glad, though, that there's 134 pages of fucking silver shit coming up soon, which I don't believe you for a second that you're not going to include shit you already included before. Anyway. Okay, the same shit. So, VCard launch information. I need to talk about this first because I made a mistake and knew it upset Shylily even if she couldn't admit it to me. Wow, I struggled with that one. On January 26th, Red and I were planning my stream for VCard's launch day and asked the GamerSubs about Shylily's exclusive unboxing stream to make sure we weren't stepping on her toes. During my stream on the 31st, I didn't start doing anything VCard related until 3 p.m. Eastern Time out of respect for her. Red then gave GamerSubs a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked me about VCard on one of my previous streams. Fair enough. Okay, I believe you. Don't need to look at that. Since the questions asked were stated to be from my community, I wasn't told that this information was confidential and couldn't be shared. I assumed it was okay for me to tell my chat the answers to their questions on my stream. This stream was the day before the game's launch day, and no info had been released on what was going on how things would work, or what things would be priced at. The information I gave made it to the GamerSubs and VCard subreddit and into Shylily's Discord server, both citing me specifically as the source. Right after my stream ended, GamerSubs sent me updated info about the box pricing. They said, hey, a few updates, nothing super new for you. I just wanted to send you a copy-paste that everyone also got. That sounds kind of passive-aggressive, but the only big change was that the booster box is going to be sold for $89.99, not $84.99. Okay. So the next day, this is the day of the concert. Oh, actually, no, this is the day before the concert. This was the day VCard launched. Shylily talked about how angry and annoyed she was about VCard info leaking early. That you did this, though. You fucked up. Do you admit you fucked up? Including incorrect info. She claimed she didn't know who leaked the information, saying, I guess people are just... That sounds like she's being cordial. She's being nice. If you're admitting that you fucked up and leaked info the day before, because you didn't realize that information was supposed to be confidential, just own it and say you fucked up. You don't even say, I'm sorry, or you don't even say you fucked up. But then you go on to say, Shylily talked about how she was angry and annoyed someone leaked it. But she didn't name names. That sounds like out of respect for you, being part owner. I mean, another way to look at it is she's being passive-aggressive. She could have named you, but why would she do that? I mean, you guys are both part owner of GamerSubs, right? You guys are both part of this VCard launch. You fuck up and leak info the day before. She, the next day, or I guess, yeah, the next day, say, I'm angry and annoyed that someone leaked the info. And you're mad that she said that? You're mad that she kind of alluded to what you did? How about you take some accountability and say, hey, I fucked up, and it's okay that she's a little upset about it. That's fine. Of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5. That's not the fucking problem, you fucking idiot. He's like, look, I was only wrong about the price by $5. It's like, okay, but you also leaked a bunch of shit. You leaked a bunch of info. You answered a bunch of questions before the fucking release that's supposed to be confidential. Which I was only updated on after my stream ended. The only thing I was advertised that I assumed would be the case, but was wrong about, was VCard being available 20 minutes early on the GamerSubs app. All their drops were consistently like this for a long time, but it was only VCard's launch day did Red and I find out that this was discontinued. Everything else was correct. Yeah, but you're still not supposed to say it. Okay, all the other information, look, this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong, but all the other information was correct. You're still supposed to not say it, though. Where's the part where you realize, okay, info correct, but you're not supposed to give any of that info, though. So, what the fuck? Shylily said that the official sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself and GamerSubs or VCard Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official source, she said no. Yeah, that's kind of direct. Okay. I mean, you fucked up, and so far you haven't admitted you fucked up at all. So I could see why she's upset with you, because you've been bestowed her same level in the company, and you are already fucking up. So yeah, she's probably a little upset that someone who's such a fuck up has been upgraded to her same position. But, you know, whatever. I think she's allowed to be upset. I was a part owner now, and I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given information directly from the source. Thought it was okay to make public, and thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had. Okay, can you then admit that you were wrong then? You thought. Did you think wrong? Sounds like that's the implication, but will you outright state it? My motivation wasn't to, quote-unquote, be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just a day before the game launched, and instead of leaving them in the dark, I gave them... Well, they're supposed to be left in the dark, you fucking idiot. That's why it was hidden info. That's why it was confidential. Instead of leaving them in the dark, I just told them what they were asking. Bruh, you're not supposed to do that. That's the whole fucking point. As a new part owner, people were looking for answers. It's like you were recently given part owner, and now you're like fucking like, well, I get to make decisions now. Therefore, I'm going to make all these decisions. Okay. Can you not see how you come off as such a fucking bitch in this? Like, Jesus Christ. I thought I was doing the right thing by informing them. I was wrong to do so. Last sentence of that paragraph. And made a mistake. And I made sure to correct the info I had wrong on. It's not the fucking wrong info that's the problem. You fucking idiot. The wrong thing was giving them any of that info. Because it wasn't your place to do that. The wrong info, giving them the wrong info, is a fucking cherry on top of you making a mistake. You made a mistake, and then you made it even worse. But you don't seem to understand that. That night, I messaged Shylily to apologize about what I did after what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier. I was making an effort to be more open about things. Shylily avoided saying I was the person who was leaking the info or admitting I was the one she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared the incorrect... Yeah, okay, no shit, she's not going to name you outright. No, okay, no shit, she didn't name you outright. No shit, you both were fully aware who she was referring to. Shylily knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be one to spread the info before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad at me. In the end, she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this. What more do you want? What more do you want? What more do you think you're owed? Bruh. She says to you, huge fucking respect to reach out. That takes a lot of balls, Lamau. Could have just kept it to yourself after all. Yeah, I mean, obviously it sounds a little like she's coming off a little standoffish, but she said, hey, respect you for doing that. Take some balls. But she's probably still mad, yeah. Anyway. In another conversation with GamerSubs a couple weeks later, we asked them to clarify to us what is and isn't able to be shared publicly going forward. It's a little late, isn't it? After what happened during VCard's launch, I was told that there was not really a certain source the launch info was supposed to come from. Okay. The last collab I had with Shylily was a few days before our VCard collab. Okay. Cool. This is March 3rd, 2025. This was the first time either of us messaged each other since our VCard collab on February 1st. I asked Shylily if she wanted to play Split Fiction with me. It was a long game that we would have been able to bond over while getting to know each other better. She told me she'd pass on the game, and that was fine. Then I asked Numi, who was also unavailable. She told me that Yuzu was interested, and I happily played the game with her. Okay. Cool. Why is that included? It's like, okay, well, basically you're saying what? They were making their documents, they're playing... It's like the month before their documents are released, so you're like, they're planning their documents. They're working together, they're coordinating. I guess, yeah, you did accuse Shylily directly of coordinating this whole thing. And this is Shylily's part, so yeah, that is probably the insinuation. So, March 11th. The last time Shylily and I spoke was when she reached out to me about disconnecting problems she was having with OBS. Trying to fix my own disconnecting problems are what made me move back in with my parents before this conversation. Okay. After this, there were 2 different repo collabs Shylily and I were both supposed to be a part of. This was when I thought things started to change between me and Shylily. What, for the better or worse? I'm guessing for the worse. So on the 21st, this is our first repo collab. It was originally going to be the 15th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. Shylily was supposed to be there. But she decided to cancel last minute due to a Bikini Bottoms collab she had going on that day. I understand just like everyone else, and this wasn't a problem to me. Okay. Then why'd you include it? The 27th. This second collab never happened. But was being planned in a group chat. Shylily was added to the chat, but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in the chat directly before she was removed. These are all the messages here, and it never went anywhere after this. Okay. From then, these are the rest of the DMs with Shylily. Below, I'll explain them, and other events that were happening in between. Cool. Okay, March 28th. I messaged Shylily the day after the above collab chat happened. When the new V-Card rules were announced and the tabletop sim version was revealed, I would have thought she'd love the idea of playing together to advertise and show off the new rules of her game. It generated hype and renewed interest in V-Card after lots of people were dissatisfied with the first edition's game mechanics. It was an idea motivated by the business implications of it, but it was something to do together, as friends, that I thought we'd both be excited about. It would have benefited us both and the entire brand. Okay. Here's where you have a section here where you rated Shylily. Okay. Shylily, she greeted the raiders but didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. Oh no! Let me watch it though, because it kind of sounds funny. I want to see the vindictiveness.
Die! Die! Oh, hello. Ignore what you just saw.
What is she playing here? Oh, I know this game.
Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, raiders! Hello! I am playing Berserker. It's called The Last Berserker Kazan. We were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I just kept playing for like a million more hours. Hello, everyone! Hello!
Okay. So yeah, she says hello, Raiders, and she never says Sinder, I guess.
Hello, Pyro Pops! What did you guys do?
She says hello, Pyro
I am
Pops.
low-key addicted. I usually so most people know me for my gacha addiction,
But do you think this is intentional? It could. I mean, I easily believe it being intentional, but it's also like, bruh, everyone knows who the fuck the Pyro Pups are for. If you're in the VTuber world, they know the Pyro Pups and who they go to. So it's like, she acknowledged your group. She acknowledged your chat. If she doesn't say your name, bro, you're not owed people saying your name, bro. Calm down. Granted, I know you work for the same company. I know you both have the same position. I know you've collabed in the past. But that still doesn't mean that you can be like, I demand you say my name. I rated you. Say my name. No, fuck off. You rated them. Just be happy. Whatever. Like, if they say anything. They could just say nothing. Either way. She didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened. But if you were to watch for another 5 minutes after, she'd basically moved on with her stream. What the fuck else do you want her to do? What do you mean? You mean someone raids you and you're supposed to spend the rest of your stream now talking about the raiders? No, fuck off. Someone raids you, that's great. You say thank you. You say thank you. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. How you guys doing? Welcome. What were you guys playing? You know, you go through a little basic stuff. But then like a couple minutes later, you resume whatever the fuck you were doing. You don't have to change what you're doing because you get raided. You don't choose to be raided. So it's like, yeah, if you continue your stream, that's fine. What the fuck did you expect? You'd see she did quickly thank me for the raid. Okay, so what the fuck was the point of that? Come on now. You'd see she then did quickly thank me for the raid. Why include this then? If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, why couldn't she also say hi and thank me then? She did, just not when apparently when you wanted her to. You said she did quickly thank me for the raid later. I wasn't upset with this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened in Shylyly's defense. Okay. And then here's a part of the document here. It says, with me, then that somehow justified their actions. They imply Lily ignored Sinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Yeah. She did thank the raiders. She certainly acknowledged them. And you even admit in your document here that, like, maybe 5 minutes later, she did quickly thank you for the raid. Apparently by name, I would assume. So what the fuck's your issue? This is so petty. Why even include this? I guess because the other document had it. Nano's document had it. So, okay. Anyway, a week later, so this is, now we're at 4/7, April 7th. I still haven't heard from Shylily. I messaged her again about playing a different game together. I just wanted to hang out since she hadn't been able to make the past 2 collabs, and we were both supposed to be a part of. And maybe she didn't like my idea about VCard. She turned me down when I asked about Split Fiction a month ago, or earlier, so it's not like she hadn't done that before, or couldn't have done that again. Okay. I rated Shylily again. Okay. Shylily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but she didn't thank them either. I like how this is like, in the VTuber world, this is like, hey, this is a slight. If I raid you and you don't even say my name, that's a slight. Now I know we're enemies. It's like, fuck off. Come on, that's so stupid. I get it. I understand why it is that way, but it's also like, that's so stupid. That's so stupid and petty. But anyway, she goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shylily had an off-putting reaction. So she read your message. She would acknowledge your existence. Maybe she didn't acknowledge you exactly the way you wanted her to, but come on now. This is the second time she had an off-putting reaction to me when sending my community to her in the past couple of weeks, coupled with her removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. This more recent raid was not linked in Nano's document. I decided to DM her again to bump what I sent her before. After still not seeing or not hearing from her, I was convinced I had done something wrong. That's what it took. She didn't respond to my raids twice. Now I'm convinced I fucked up. I wasn't expecting an over-top reaction from Shylily, but just because I raided, just a hello and thanks for the raid, like any other streamer would do, especially from someone who was a friend. In the past, Silvervale, who Red and I knew had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her, continually ghosted my messages, and got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. Great. These specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shylily had a problem with me for some reason. You'd be right. Wait, this is in 2023? What? Oh, no, okay. Sinder's rated Silver. Okay, that's a message about Silver. I saw your message. I read this document earlier. Like, why do you put this here like I'd forget that you have a big problem with Silver? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it was earlier in the document. This exact screenshot you're showing here was already there, bro. I did not forget. But thanks. I wouldn't have thought that the individual things I experienced with Shylily were pointing to a greater problem if they weren't all happening over the same few weeks. So cut forward to April 11th, the same day as my second raid. Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shylily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model, which is weird. Why are you asking about the timeline of someone else's model? And I know his answer would be because, no, I didn't ask because I was getting her banned or like blocked or anything. I was asking because I was concerned about Sinder's stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's your go-to every single time. Again, right here, like, I asked Nano, and I think this is the exact same text that was there when the screenshots are posted earlier. I asked Nano and Lily about her projects like I would any other time. Guess what? You shouldn't do that. Yeah, I did this bad thing, this odd thing that I would do any other time, just like any other time. Great, stop doing that. Nano gave me the information. She shouldn't be giving you that information. Just like she would any other time, it says. I thought Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she's treating Sinder lightly. Yeah, okay. That night, I saw Red, and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shylily, but I didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it. Or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shylily and I were going to be model sisters. Were you, though? After she kind of had the off-putting response and has been ghosting you, you're like, oh, she's getting a model from my artist? I'm happy for her, totally. Sure you are. Okay, there's no, like, little petty drama in the middle there. I don't believe you. Especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shylily with the way she was treating me and the fact that she was working with Nano. I like how earlier in the document too, earlier in the same document, I think it was in Numi's section, the V Carter Numi section, the concert, you specifically said you didn't see Shylily as competition, and I said, bullshit, I don't believe you. And now here you are saying, Red said, hey, you guys are both in the same position, the same company, and she's getting a model from your artist. I think we should probably be looking at her like she's competition. Okay, but you go on to say here, I didn't agree in bold. Okay, but Red did, and Red's your manager. In my mind, Shylily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. Yeah, sure. Next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shylily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These were also the last messages Red had with Nano, and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs in Project Server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until now, the Nano document released 2 weeks later. I wrote in my apology, I had no idea that there was even a conversation about Shylily recently between Red and Nano. Until reading her document, it's true I had confided in Red lately. I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong. But that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. You were already fucked at that point. I don't think him digging for info wasn't the issue, at least at this point. You were already fucked up with Shylily. Anyway. Yeah, you didn't share it with Sinder because you didn't think there was anything she really needed to know about. Anything super meaningful or pressing. Okay. Yeah, you followed up because you were worried about the way Shylily was acting towards Sinder, of course. Okay. I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since the video. Yeah, this is all stuff you've already said previously. Alright, so this is just reposted from an earlier section. This is from the Nano section. This is reposted from the Nano section. You knew it shouldn't have. Yeah, that's exactly word for word reposted. Okay, I'm skipping. And we're near the end too here. These are my last messages with Nano. Yep. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was too far. Yeah, you've already said that. Okay, so that's all old. It is now the 15th of April, only like a week away from the document release. I still hadn't heard anything from Shylily, so I tried messaging Bo Seika, whoever that is, from my previous DMs to her. Who the fuck is Bo Seika? Bo Seika told me Shylily rarely uses Discord and only really uses it for business meetings and stuff. Which is weird because until the past few weeks, I didn't have any problems getting a hold of her in our DMs. I hadn't had to message Bo Seika to get Shylily since before October 2024, so this was out of the ordinary by now. The messages below were the same day in the group chat with us and Shylily. I was fine with not doing anything together and just wanted to hear from her since I had no idea if something was wrong. Nothing else was ever said in this chat. Okay. Osega told me that Shylily would be very occupied in the coming months because of a trip somewhere, implying I shouldn't expect to plan something. Alright. So on the 21st, this was my last message to Shylily 5 days before anyone posted their documents. I tried to talk to her about whatever was going on and clear things up between us. Shylily never responded, even after praising me in the past for having balls to reach out to her. I mean, you could read that as praise, but it can also kind of be like, takes a lot of fucking nerve to do that. You can also read that as, oh, you have some fucking balls to show up in front of me. Like, there's multiple ways to read that. It's like, you know, that's a lot of gall, you know, to show up. Either way, so your last message to her was, hiya, Lily. Or, heya, Lily. Is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. Sad cat. I see. Alright, well, interesting. So now we've got, that was all the Shylily section. Now we've got the breakdown, which is pretty big. It's one of the, this is the second to last, of the sections we have left. Breakdown's pretty big. Silver's is slightly bigger with 134 pages, I believe. So we got these two major sections, and then we got Aruuu, which is tiny, Spite is tiny, like all these remaining sections, these last 4 are pretty tiny, so. The breakdown and Silvervale, big stuff. Anyway, I'm going to take a break here, come back into it, we'll cover the break. I mean, for you, it's going to be very instant. For you, I'll just pop out and then pop back in. Anyway, see you in a moment. Alright. Alright. I'm back again. So, different day, same shit. So now we're covering the breakdown. The breakdown part of this, which is one of the longer parts. Not the longest, but one of the longer parts. We're near the end, kinda, vaguely. We've still got all the silver section, oh no. Anyway, let's just get right into it. The breakdown. So, I guess I'm assuming the breakdown is going to be like, take all the shit we've already learned, break it down, right? Naturally, that's all. But I don't know how they break it down into so many fucking pages. I don't know. Alright. Anyway, let's move on. Nanoless, Shylily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. 2 days? How do you know for sure it's been 2 days? How do you know it took them 2 days to decide? I feel like you're just speculating. And so far, you have not labeled anything with speculation. Well, right here you have, okay. Down here it says things that are labeled speculation are in pink. But up here, you're not labeling it. Okay. Maybe she does know. Maybe there's proof. Anyway. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of. Well, I mean, they put out the documents because they know you did shit. Turns out you agreed that you did do shit, you know? You agreed that you did do something wrong. But I guess you're trying to claim there's some things I was innocent of. Well, you didn't. Even if you're innocent of the things you claim, you've done enough bad shit that it's okay for people to not want to associate with you. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red and Nano, to protect. Lied about me, Red and Nano, to protect her and hurt me. Couldn't understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all their lies, quote unquote, back to one place. When you put lies in quotes, are you trying to infer imply that it's true? I'm assuming not, but rather than being lies, I guess, I don't know, we'll see. At the start of the document, I said I was convinced there were 2 people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shylily lied to Nanoless about her own actions towards me, telling Nanoless she was being manipulated when she wasn't. So your defense hinges on Nanoless not being manipulated, when it's very clear that everything you showed me, and Nanoless herself believes this too, that she was manipulated. But it's only you who's like, no, she's not manipulated. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shylily gave to her, I believe Nanoless lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shylily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. Bullshit. Complete bullshit. Let's see if you can prove it. I mean, so far everything you've shown, like thus far, does not support your sentence. Does not support that claim. But let's keep going. I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be the manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. So they were all manipulated. It wasn't you who manipulated Nano. No, everyone's being manipulated by someone else. They're all mass being manipulated. What's more likely? Everyone against you is mass manipulated? Or maybe you and Red kind of manipulated Nano, your artist. All of them were making or sporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for things and those accusations were based on really the last 5 to 8 months. Nuh-uh, we read the documents. We saw this shit happening since fucking 2023. You can't just blatantly lie like that. I mean, you can. You're doing it now, but you're blatantly fucking lying. In this very document, you present screenshots of you trying to coerce Nano to do more Sinder stuff. Now, granted, obviously, the way this kind of grooming shit works is it starts off pretty bland, pretty, you know, whatever, pretty insubstantial, and then grows and grows and grows as you can slowly get more manipulation, more power to do so. So yeah, back in 2023 is when it started. And as you presented screenshots, it shows that you slowly but surely managed to manipulate her. Anyway. And you claim it was only 5 to 8 months, so within the last half year almost. Within the last year. It's only in 2025, a little bit into 2024 that this all happened. Bullshit. They were operating under a different set of information than me. And they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. Sure. Okay, then. They may have also been manipulated to contact me. So they were manipulated, but it's not possible you manipulate. Like, it's such a bizarre thing. This is basically like, no you. You're basically pulling a no you defense. You're accusing me of manipulation? No you. Wow. Wow. Fucking fantastic. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our side of the story because it contradicted what was being told to them. I mean, you gave your side. That was your apology shit. Why is it that when you got the chance to give your side of the story, your go-to was to blame Red for everything and then distance yourself from him? Why was that your go-to? Is it because clearly they were being manipulated with lies? Or because you clearly saw things differently as well? Is it possible that when you got back with Red manipulated you too to see things differently? To see how it wasn't me manipulating Nano. It was all your friends who were manipulating each other. Alright, I think we know who the master manipulator is, but let's keep going. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanoless, Bao, Shylily, and my other friends who were involved. I used their own words and all the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. Why wouldn't it make more sense to have Silver for this? Why are these three not before the breakdown? I guess they're not going to be a part of this? Too much? Alright. So, who was involved before anything was public? Sorry, I can't speak. Public. Nanoless. Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all of the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Okay. Shylily, the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. Okay. She was involved in everything from the start. Okay. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. Were they really? I don't think so. I think Nano was kind of the heart there. Nano's the one that was your artist. Nano was the one thing I was manipulated into doing these things. Nano was the heart of all of it. She was included as soon as she was able to after her surgery. She posted her documents minutes after Nano. Like, alright, I'll finish and say it. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shylily's knowledge of my private DMs with her and her concert. Okay, so Numi talked to Shylily, sure. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream in 428, which is like the day after the apology document came out. Okay. The other three, Girly Pops, which I have no idea what the fuck Girly Pop is. Is that a group? Or are they like a band? I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate the rest, things the rest of them talked about. Buff Pop and the other three Vichiban members. Numi said that Buff and the other three Vichiban members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream on July 22nd, 2025, she basically said she and, quote, a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Okay. I mean, they coordinated. Even if they coordinated, you still did shit, though. Like, you can claim foul that they all coordinated, but it's like, damn, what the fuck? You guys can't do that. That's against the rules. You can't all coordinate and call out my bad shit. You can't all coordinate and call out my misdeeds. Sacramore, the video editor. Yeah, Bao's the video editor. Sacramore had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Yeah, okay. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. Okay. I don't have evidence. Sorry, I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list. Although there's more people I suspect who have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite. Oh, okay. That's interesting that you give Silver the benefit of the doubt. That is nice of you, but as Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano... I'm not sure that follows, but whatever. I'll give it to you. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted. And Silvervale and Spite posted their own documents with Nano's screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. I see. This comes from a different document, hence it's highlighted in orange. What does it say? Any names that were censored... Yeah, okay, it's just the whole thing about how they censored names. Because they didn't provide consent. Okay. Moving on. The 17-day timeline. Okay. Why 17? We'll see what she's starting with, I guess. This is the timeline of what happened, starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shylily on 4/11. Yeah, but that makes you assume... So you're giving this as being the events. This is why you're like, oh, it only started a few months back. Because you want to try and paint the picture that this is all because of Shylily getting in contact with Nano. But anyway, 4/11. Red saw Nano working on a model for Shylily on her stream and messaged her about it. Weird thing to do. I rated Shylily for a second time in the past couple of weeks, and she had another off-putting response to it. Cool. Wow. 4/12, April 12th. Red messaged Nano and Shylily again and talked about her behavior. Oh, messaged Nano about Shylily again. Talked about her behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either of us. And keep in mind, Nano's not stupid. Nano's aware of the way you guys talked about Silver doing the exact same shit. And tried to get her to not, do stuff with Silver. So now we're on April 14th or 15th. I don't know why it's an or, but Nano showed Shylily the things Red said about her. Oh, because you're speculating. Yeah. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shylily told Nano Red was manipulating her. Okay, yeah, and she obviously agreed. Leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs, Shylily told her to contact the people affected, including Bao. Shylily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago. When she saw them, she said, this was what started it all. Wait, who said this? Shylily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. So Nano said that, or I guess it sounds like it's Shylily said this is what started it all. Or at least started down the way of the document being made, I guess. Whether Nano... Okay, so this is speculation. This part's highlighted as speculation. Whether Nano decided to show Shylily more of her messages with Red herself, or Shylily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How does it change anything? How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shylily is also unknown. Okay. Shylily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shylily could have also instructed Nano to end the contract and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate if she didn't. Yeah. I mean, do you think she just did that? You think Nano's just fucking stupid heads? No. Earlier you kept using as a defense, Nano has agency. She has agency. She can decide to not do anything if she wants to, right? And we would have supported her. You kept claiming she's her own person. So why is it now when Shylily talks to her, suddenly, well, no. Nano has no thoughts of her own. Nano couldn't possibly agree that she was being lied to and manipulated. No. Nano was just a fucking blank slate to be pushed around by Shylily, clearly. Why? You can't hold these two thoughts simultaneously. They can't both be true. Anyway, moving on to April 15th, I messaged Boseka, or fucking Boska? I don't know how to say that. Boeska? Since I hadn't heard from Shylily directly in weeks. He implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. I messaged Nano for the last time, asking her to come on the stream again. She never replied. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red and Nano about Nano parting ways with us due to quote-unquote artistic burnout. Yeah, okay. This is Akira was the guy who kind of presented things in an actual professional format. And when you asked what reason, he wasn't going to give you the actual fucking reason. He was going to be professional. He's the only one in this situation that seemed to be acting like a professional manager. And you're like, well, he lied to us. It was clearly not artistic burnout. Yeah, no fucking shit. What? Yeah, it's called a PR statement. Anyway, April 16th, 2025. Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano. Okay. April 18th. Nano did not message Bao. Shylily did instead. Wait, what? Telling her they needed to talk. Nano did not... How do you know this? What? So Nano messages... Oh, sorry. Nano didn't message Bao. Shylily did. So Nano goes to Shylily, says, hey, here's what's happening. Shylily says, you're being manipulated and lied to. Nano agrees. Then Shylily is like, alright, I'm gonna go contact Bao. I guess that's what they're trying to say. Nano, or Shylily took it upon herself to go contact Bao about this. Telling her they needed to talk, Bao told Shylily she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday, the 21st of April. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. Okay. What the hell was the surgery? Either way. So speculation, Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shylily suggested, but apparently didn't. Based on what? Apparently didn't? How do you know? Shylily was the one to reach out to Bao to tell this information. Why? What's the speculation? Which part of this is speculation? Alright, we're going more speculation. You're just asking a question. I guess you're speculating. These are speculative questions, sure. So now, sometime between, I guess, April 21st and the end of 23rd, was when my other friends first were informed and got involved in what was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Renaissance fair between the 18th and the 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shylily would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short. You just said what? Tanku? Like thank you, I guess. Sinder, slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. Okay. Sure. Okay. Honor stream. In July 22nd, 2025, Buff said that with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that and we'll be here to support it. So it sounds like they're talking about Nano. So like Buff, Buff's statement says the fire VTuber, clearly meaning Sinder, and the person who was affected, they probably mean Nano, I would assume. But let's see. The way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before the person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of her surgery. Wait, you got Bao out of that? I mean, you're more closer to the situation, but I didn't get Bao out of that. But okay. Maybe you're right. I don't know. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Person who's affected could mean a lot of different people, though. Isn't talking about saying something publicly because right after? I guess because, I mean, the big thing was Bao getting her stuff canceled, I think, right? Anyway. Isn't talking about something publicly because what? The person who's affected, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who's affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly because right after? What the fuck is this? I don't know what you're trying to do here. Big quote at the start of a sentence. Isn't talking and saying something publicly. Because right after, Buff said they asked the person, or that person, what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. Okay, so I can see. This is still under speculation, but it sounds right. Okay, sure. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Okay. Sure, I'll give you... Let's say that's true. Okay, so what? So what? April 21st, I sent my last message to Shylily to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied. Red sent the final message to Akira about Nano. Bao underwent her surgery and started recovery. Is this, can I see what this is actually about? Just woke up from anesthesia, now in recovery. Getting my IUD removed. What the fuck is an IUD? I don't know what that is. Hang on. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. I'm just curious. I'm just curious at this point. IUD. Oh, it's a form of birth control that's inserted. A tiny device inserted into the uterus. Okay, I should have known that. I should have known that, but alright. Anyway. So she was undergoing that surgery. Got it. Anyway. April 23rd, Bao finally talked about with Shylily about what was going on. And they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan the documents together. Bao's editor, Sakamore, was involved sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago at the time it was posted on the night of the 25th, Pacific Standard Time. And Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Okay. You're very specific about trying to get these timings. Well, this is the timeline section, so I guess that makes sense. But, like, none of this really matters. You're just trying to paint the picture that they're all working against me. Well, you did kind of fuck them over, didn't you? Maybe they kind of should work against you. Anyway. So your speculation on this is it's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. Nano, so on the 25th, in Pacific time, 26th in Eastern, okay. Nano's, Bao's, and Sakamore's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42, Bao's just 6 minutes later at 1:48, and Sakamore's 17 minutes after that at 2:05 a.m. Eastern time. Sometime during this, both Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Okay, so speculation on this. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread. Out of Shylily's fear, quote-unquote, of me manipulating my way out of it. Yeah, okay, sure. Shortly before Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite were, like, yeah, they did. It's like, okay. You're trying to paint the picture. You're trying to be like, I'm the victim here. They all worked against me. It's like, okay, but when you fucking piss off a lot of people, when you're such a bitch and manipulate and do bullshit and try and harm others, at least, you know, business-wise, you get enough people angry at you and they all work against you, you can't then play the victim. Which I bet, it very much seems we're leading down the road where you're going to play the victim that it's a conspiracy. They were all out to get me. Or maybe you just fucked over too many people and they all came together to fuck you over. Like, if you're gonna show us, you're gonna show us that they all work together to fuck you over. Well, guess what? You fucked them over, though. So, it's just business, right? Anyway. So, shortly before, Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion, possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cotton tweeted one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after. And Silver's and Spite's documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shylily, just like Bao was. Cool. I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 a.m. Eastern, which led to me firing him at 4:24 a.m. Eastern. Screenshots in Red's section. Did Red have a section? Yeah, he must have, right? Redacted, okay. Gotcha. The documents and statement posted by others throughout April 26th and the 27th weren't pre-planned, alongside Nano's, Bao's, and Sakamore's, so I won't list them here. Okay. Now we're on April 27th. I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. Eastern. Bao replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 Eastern. Shylily replied directly to my apology at 6:41 Eastern. Bao streamed that night to talk about everything. We're not going to watch that full thing. On April 28th, Buff Pup had her stream. Shylily had her stream. Numi had her stream. I guess they all talked about it. Everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Okay. Nano's quote-unquote new manager. This is probably, I'm guessing the speculation is going to be this is someone that Shylily introduced her to, perhaps. But I don't know, we'll see. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's new manager, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section. Who is Akira, and why do you care? How is this important? They finally got someone to deal with you, who were fucking them over, and then now you're like, who is this person who fucking got involved and got in between me and this person I'm trying to manipulate? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager. So how are they connected? How did they get in contact with Red? Through Nano, of course. Akira is the game director of Colonel Heart and the founder of the game studio Ephemeral Games in Argentina. Okay, and? Akira follows Nanoless, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanoless. Okay. Nano does not follow Akira. And nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. Okay, and Mio, Nano's husband, who's always acted as her manager, is present on Nano's profile. Okay. However, Momo Text follows Akira, as the screenshot above shows. Who the fuck is Momo Text? Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game, Colonel Hearts, and is also from Argentina. Okay. And Momo is also close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on May 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on April 27th, 2025, and a week after Nano posted her document. Cool. They're friends, and I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I can find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things that Red has said to her. In November 2023, it was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about and not something Red said to her. Okay, yeah, no, fuck you. This is something Red implied to her and basically pussyfooted around. Red indirectly claimed, or sorry, indirectly basically stated to her that, man, I wish you could focus on only Sinder. Man, it would be great if you could just do Sinder things, wouldn't it? Yeah. In January 2025, Nano went to her friends for advice about exclusivity when talking business with Red. Yeah. Of course. So what? Is this person going to be one of your friends? Are you going to say Momo introduced her to Akira? And then what? So what? In a conversation on November 28, 2024 that wasn't shown in Nano's section, Nano was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on for my upcoming debut to her friend. Okay. After speaking to Shylily about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? That's a great move. It seems like that was a fantastic move. That was a good choice by her. Akira was someone Red and I didn't know. And now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine, evident by what happened after. But also the fact that Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager. Akira in this chat supposedly... Oh, she did not choose her manager, Akira, in this chat supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along. That's speculation, bro. That right there is speculation. You're speculating as to why she might have done that. speculating that she chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along, and that she was never a part of it, because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. Huge speculation there. You didn't even put speculation on that, did you? Is this whole section under... Oh. Alright, sorry. This whole section is under speculation. My bad. I see. Now the next section. Wait, did I finish reading this? No, okay. So why was this done? Why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shylily? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after April 12th, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Yeah, because maybe she was tired of being walked all over and finally wanted others' help to fucking get away from you guys manipulating her. She clearly said before she was anxious dealing with Red. She wasn't anxious talking to you, but she was anxious talking to Red. And her friends kept telling her, hey, this is not good for you. And eventually she agreed. And she got someone to help her distance herself from you. That sounds like a bad relationship. And you're like blaming her for getting someone to help her. Anyway, wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shylily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Possibly, sure. What does that change? Nano then needed to find someone neither Red or I knew to separate us. Since she couldn't do it herself, the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, Shylily had to do it for her. Yeah. Maybe she's fucking shy. Maybe this is all like, you know, this is all too crazy for her. She's like, no, I'm too introverted. I can't do it. But she wanted to do it though. Maybe she still wanted to do it. It's weird for you to think like, oh man, look at all these people doing stuff for her. They're manipulating her. But when we were not manipulating her. Okay. More speculation. Nano's message, screenshots, time zones, and context. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to Eastern. Some 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have had to have been physically logged into 2 different time zones when taking them sometime between 4:12 and 4:26. So you're thinking like Momo or Akira was allowed into her account? Maybe. Nano would have had no reason to have these screenshots from conversations years apart and years earlier already taken before Red spoke to her on 4:12. She must have had at least taken some during... And must have had at least some taken during the same time as her conversation with Shylily just days later to show her. And? Like, what? So what? Someone else was in her account, and? You got help, and? So are you speculating that it was Shylily in her account to get the screenshots? Here's a message in Red's DMs showing 9:16 Eastern. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. So, hey Nano, do you have plans? Hey Nano, do you have plans? This shows us 10:16, this shows us 9:16. Sure, okay. So what? So is that Pacific time zone? 1 hour ahead from Eastern is what? Is that Pacific? I don't know. Or is that Pacific? I don't know time zones. It's fine. If Nano was the one who took all the screenshots herself in the same 2-week span from 4:12 to 4:26, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her DMs that were shown in her document. Yeah, no shit. You already know she wasn't working alone. What's your point? So what? This doesn't change anything. Here's a list of dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document, the time difference in Eastern, or 2 Eastern. I've also listed which conversation was shown in full and which are missing context in her document. I don't really care. I'm not going to read all that. The full context of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt. Yeah, no. I saw the full context in this fucking document. And guess what? It doesn't show Nano's guilt. And it doesn't show Red's innocence, you fucking idiot. Red's manipulating you. Your entire fucking apology document was Red did this, Red did that, Red did this, Red did that. I'm leaving Red. He's no longer my manager. And now that you got him back, now that you've taken him back, now you're like, it's all Red's innocent, Red's innocent. Sure. Alright. Now this one's not listed as speculation. This is just breaking down Nano's document. Why is this not in the fucking... It could have been in the Nano section, but I guess this is the breakdown. We're breaking it down. Nano's story in her document was the basis for any information from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly and use Nano's messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? What? How could anyone else come out publicly unless they were a victim themselves? I guess. Okay. Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public. So you're putting this all on Nano. Saying that she was, or that, saying what was presented in her document was what truly happened. But you presented the same fucking screenshots though. You added more context, which didn't fucking change anything. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece. Fucking lovely. Great. Love it. So, Nano's document, for reference, terminating my work with Sinder. Okay. Introduction and notes. This is taken from Nano's document. It says, I wanted to share my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into dramas while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Sinder, but I want to share what I endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggled a lot with writing this document. I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout, but I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder. She's gonna take issue with that years comment. So, manipulation. We weren't manipulating her to do anything. No, we were treating her good. We treated her well. Red was gossiping with his friends. Yeah, alright. Both of us sympathize. Yeah, okay, no. So you're just gonna make, like, plenty of fucking people looked at those DMs and saw manipulation. Just because you and Red's obviously a biased fucking person. You are also biased. Just because you guys is, like, just because your mindset, your frame of reference biases you to not believe it doesn't mean it's not true. Using me. Nano was never used. She was in fact used because you used her as an artist. But I mean, okay, I get what you're saying. Used and abused in a sense. She was a cherished work partner. Maybe too cherished. Cherished in a way that a grooming victim is cherished by the groomer, perhaps. And dragging me into drama. You did drag her into drama. You were trying to drag her to, like, you kept commenting on how, like, you had issues with Silver. There are screenshots where you're, like, bringing up Silver, and she says, stop talking about Silver. She also says the same thing to Red. Stop talking about Silver. Because Silver is one of her clients. And then you try to get her to not work with Silver, to not work with Bao, to not, like... Yeah, you were dragging her into drama. How about you don't go into her DMs and constantly asking her, what are you doing for Bao? What are you doing for Sinder, like, what are you doing for these other VTubers who are not Sinder? Don't do that. You're Sinder's manager. How about you fucking pay attention to Sinder and Sinder only? It is not your prerogative. It is not your, like, you don't get to have this secret information about others. The fact that she was giving it to you is fucking bizarre, but that would point to her being manipulated, feeling manipulated into doing so. I like how they're like, she said she loves gossip, therefore we didn't drag her into drama. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can people can like talking about drama until it involves them. That's not hard to understand. The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with drama related was Silver, right? Because, yeah, so anyone she was working with. So people she was working with, such as Silver, Bao, Cotton, Silver, and what the fuck was Shylily is what I meant. Anyway. Yeah, you're presenting here showing she was tired of hearing about Silver and you guys kept doing it. So yeah, you were dragging her into the drama. While sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. The only person Red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao. You guys also kind of tried to sabotage Silver as well, though. Look, we only sabotaged some of our friends, not all of them. When Nano offered to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own, yeah. He didn't go into the conversation with Nano looking to have anything canceled with... with Nano, looking to have anything canceled with Nano? Yeah, he did. He specifically was trying to figure out how we can make more room for Sinder stuff. Yeah, that was obvious from the get-go. Nano figured it out. I wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own... he wanted to prevent her because... Yeah, okay. It's so weird that you're like... It's so weird that you'll admit that Red took it upon himself. Red even admits it earlier. He took it upon himself to add Bao, Cotton, and someone else. I forget who. Was it, He took it upon himself to add other names to the list.